I love that. Roman, just a quick audio check. Can you hear me, Roman, by chance? I'm gonna
Roman, can you hear us?
Yeah, no, dude, Twitter is so bad when it comes to audio. There's
All
always
right,
something going on.
it's not even Twitter. It's I've never seen this streamer, but maybe I'll ask Patrick this question.
Sure.
So just in terms of like revenues to date, I don't think you've alluded to what the business revenues are, or do you have like contracts in the works? I'm just trying to tie the market. Obviously, we think power transfer to all sorts of devices could be a massive space, but like,
Correct.
what kind of revenues are we talking about? Is this a $100 billion opportunity, a $5 billion opportunity? Like, where do you see the revenues of the business today, and where this could go in the future?
And maybe the TAMs as well.
I would say the number is just astronomical. I think 5 billion is not doing ourselves justice, but I don't want to sound arrogant or cocky that it will get there. There's still a lot of work to be done. So we're doing it one step at a time. We believe that this is a unicorn in the making. I don't want to say it's going to be 500 billion or 1 trillion. So obviously we want to get to those kind of figures, but there's a lot of work to be done. And we have to take it step by step, and we can't get too excited either, because I've also invested in companies that didn't work also. So not every single company works, but this is something that I'm spending the majority of my time on, which is, time is money, as they say.
Yeah, and I think that, just to add there, sorry, I've been a little bit mute. I've been responding to a bunch of bug problems on the app. But yeah, just to add in there, I think it's important that I've read, I mean, you guys know, I'm all over the place all night. I very rarely sleep, it seems like. I talk to a lot of people every day, and I think that we want more early stage opportunities. This is an early stage opportunity and something that can be massive. Is it massive today? I think it's a great opportunity personally. Something that I would love to, have a bigger pie, a piece of the pie, frankly. It was why we were so attracted to them when we first started speaking to them. But it's early stage investing. At the end of the day, ICM, that's what it is, right? We're getting into projects early. Companies fail, companies succeed. That's part of the game. That's never going to change. There's nothing Soar can do. There's nothing Kickstarter can do or Indiegogo. All of these products are just giving people companies that people might be interested in and that they can get a share of if they would like to. And that's really what we're trying to do on Soar. I think Impulsor exemplifies what we're looking to do. Huge opportunity, early stage, retail access, all of those things are exactly what we're looking for.
Patrick, I would love to hear this from you. Obviously, you've had experience with different companies. You've made some very good investments. What was it about Impulsor that got you so excited? And what about this market got you so excited?
First of all, there are companies, there are people trying to do not necessarily what Impulsor are doing. The technology has been out there for some time, but no one's really turned this around and trying to monetize it in its way. When I got to meet Roman and the team, I was super excited, just the same way as when I met the Pulse Evolution guys, when I saw the Michael Jackson hologram, the Tupac hologram, when I met John, and I knew that we're onto like $1 billion company. So likewise, this is even bigger than an entertainment company. This has uses that goes to government, to to individuals, to companies, and the opportunities kind of like only really arrived today because of AI, drones, robotics, and the speed in which all this has happened in the last 10, 15 years, and it's going to go even faster with quantum computing and AI. So we believe that the synergy that Impulsor will provide is like a huge opportunity, and that's why I'm super excited about it. And like Tom, I'm also very passionate where, if you have an idea, you have something really, really exciting for you, it's not just about the money aspect, it's also about creating real value that really moves the needle. And I think that this is a once in a lifetime an opportunity for us to make this into a massive company.
Maybe I have a question for Roman. Roman, can you hear me? No, Roman cannot hear me. Okay, so then this question is for you, Patrick.
Sure.
Maybe give us some practical use cases and utilities to really help us hit home for people. I know you mentioned like you can charge your phone if just anywhere in a room. You can charge AI drones, with laser beams. You can power entire cities. Maybe give us a couple practical use cases so it just really drills home for people the size of this opportunity.
Okay, so I'll give you two examples. The first example, let's say a drone. You're either looking at flight minutes or you're looking at distance covered. So usually the drone industry, they talk about flight minutes. So typically there's a finite supply of the flight time due to the battery constrictions, right? So for example, in Europe, the Black Hornet, which is one of the most sophisticated drones, the flight time's only like 35 minutes at full power, right? In Japan, they have a hybrid which goes for, I think, like 2 hours, but it has to have a battery plus some petrol. Right now, what we're saying here is with this, it ends up turning into kind of like a Starlink for energy. Instead of just a 35-minute limited time, we can actually power the drone that could basically fly indefinitely if all the right things were placed. Okay, obviously it'll cost money, but that could be one use case. The second one is, for example, an electric vehicle can be done when they drive into, let's say, the garage, without every day you have to plug in the car. Instead, you drive into any way you park. the car will start charging, right? Now, if we go really, really techy and we put a lot of money into this, what actually can happen is a driving EV can actually be charged in motion.
Wow. How soon is this going to be possible? Is this? Are you seeing
a lot of it? A lot of it is capital relevant. Like if you drop me like 100 million, a billion, 5 billion, everything gets much quicker, right? And obviously, different governments and different Fortune 500 companies wanting this will obviously money talks, and money makes the whole thing move a lot faster.
Who have you seen that's been interested so far? Anyone that you can name? I know there are things that you might not can disclose.
Right now, it's some governments and bigger companies. So right now, there's no consumer orders yet, but all the orders that Roman was talking previously were all either government or industrial related.
Very nice. Really quick. We saw Roman came back on. Roman, can you hear us? Just quick sound check.
I can now hear everyone.
Wow!
Yeah.
Let's go. Awesome. We're glad that we got you back. We'll definitely loop you in on some of these questions here. I got
some more technical stuff. If we want to let Roman kind of take the reins here.
Please go for it.
Maybe talk about your core models. I think you said there was 3 core CPT models you mentioned. Can you maybe explain how each of those works? I think I saw optical, magnetic resonance, and then a radio frequency.
Yeah. So all CPT works on the same fundamental architecture. Energy source, which could be battery, generator, mains, whatever. Energy source feeds electrical power to a transmitter. Transmitter converts that electrical energy into some other form, which then travels to the target, the receiver, and then the receiver converts it. So let's talk the coolest, I personally think. Patrick may disagree, but I really like it. The optical solution that we're developing. We basically have very high power lasers, one or an array. They go through a bunch of optics and they travel to the target, which is, say, moving very quickly in 3D space. The two systems align. They target themselves with like an AI onboard alignment system. And then you have the receiver end. Now, the receiver end is even more complex than the transmitter end. But effectively, you can consider it like a specialized photovoltaic cells. And the secret source that we have, I can't talk about it now. It's in the pipeline, the communication pipeline, and you're going to see it. And I think there's going to be a lot of surprised people out there.
I'm really interested to know, where are you guys working on this? Obviously, you have an office or something somewhere to research and work on this stuff. And what does that look like internally?
Yeah, so that's a really collaborative effort. This is extremely complex, lots of moving parts, specific suppliers. We have an amazing professor who's worked on CPT methods for a very long time. We have a doctor supporting him. He knows the fundamentals inside out. But one of the key sort of, let's say, key USPs that we have is actually how design, how business knowledge, and how the understanding of the problem actually impact on how we solve and the solution itself. I think Elon Musk said something along the lines of the biggest problem of smart engineers is solving the problem that shouldn't be there. Well, I'm paraphrasing, but I think he said something like that. And so to identify exactly the problem and to design the solution, have the people, the contacts, the infrastructure, that's crucial. And that's why we're able to pull it off. And that's why I really believe in this team.
We talked about government contracts. CVU has a question in chat here. He said, have you guys considered military contracts and how your technology could be used in drones? Is anything off limits for you guys, or is it kind of just the world is your oyster situation right now?
Right now, the world's our,
that one.
Right now, the world's our oyster.
Okay, so military contracts are something you guys are interested to do potentially?
It'll probably be a lot of, I didn't want to touch upon it too much today, but it will be definitely something that a lot of companies and governments will want access to this technology.
Question for Tom real quick, Chill. There's clearly a lot going on here, a ton to dissect.
Yeah, you noticed I've been clicking around, answering a bunch of people.
The website, where can I find all this information in just like a nice, easy area to just really start?
Yeah, so if you go to the Impulsor page, we're still actually adding some more documents. We, full transparency, did not put everything up on this launch at first second. We were trying to kind of hold off on snipers and things like that. Did it work? Kind of, it seems like. Not as good as we wanted it to. And we put so much thought into this. So I'm a little bit disappointed in that regard. But we do have a lot of new mechanics coming out. So It was kind of just like, it's an MVP at the end of the day. It's literally our first launch, get things right. We have a bunch of ideas for how to protect launches in the future better. But you can go to the webpage. There's a bunch more documentation being updated as well. I believe Roman and Patrick also have a new website coming soon. We're going to be doing some live demos in the near future as well. We'll probably work with them on those. So yes, there's a lot of DD you can do on the website for all of our launches. We're going to continually increase the ability for people to go on the website and say, what is this company? What are they doing? It's not available yet, but in the next coming days, we're going to also have the ability for people to KYC, KYB on the website automatically, so that you know that you're not buying into some anon project. It's a real business. It's a real company. We can actually create our debt agreements with that KYC or KYB business automatically. So if you go down a little bit on the page there, I think I'm looking at your screen. So you have a description. Here's your gallery. Below that will be artifacts. I don't know if they're up yet. They should be up shortly if not. Yeah, so there'll be an artifacts right there as well. You'll be able to download and look at a bunch of documents that are internal documents that the company will share.
And this forum spot, Tom, is this where people can talk kind of like a stock twits or message boards? If anyone remembers that.
Investing is very social nowadays. So like I'm sure you've seen FOMO's doing really well, right? We want to make it so that's a very social feeling app. People want to invest with their buddies, buy things with their buddies. And we're very passionate about building out this full experience where you can see, hey, what's Josh buying? What's Dom buying, et cetera, very quickly, and make it feel very interactive.
Do we have a follower check? Dom, have you eclipsed?
It's got to be close, bro.
Yeah, let's see. I can search right now. And guys, there's an internal little joke going on. I want to surpass Tom in followers on his own app. I have 119. He's got 167. So I'm asking to follow Tom and follow me.
What about Patrick and Roman? Are their profiles on SOAR? And is there a way that as the founders, we can kind of follow their journey on SOAR?
That's a good question.
Yes, we can. We are.
Okay.
Let's drop the plug. We
might get your links after, and we'll add it to the show.
Yeah, yeah. We've been focused on developing company stuff, but definitely yes is the short answer. Anyway, my X is PATPL Sang TSANG. So I'll drop it, and then I'll send also the link of me on SOAR as well.
Thanks,
Top
like
Tumblr. Tumblr's got here.
Looks like they've already tracked you down on the app there, Patrick.
Do I have more than Josh or not? The followers.
Probably not.
Let's see. Probably not, because we have an audience going here. I got 52, so I don't know.
Okay.
But I do have a question for now. We got Tom and Patrick here, so I think it's important. Patrick, you said, right now you're constrained by capital. Ideally, you have more capital, you can make this develop quicker. How are you making money from SOAR? And Tom, maybe you can tell us how SOAR is getting this money into Patrick's hands and what it's going to go to, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, totally. So we use a similar model to some other platforms, right? So 1% of volume goes to ourselves as the company. We'll have some pretty exciting stuff about where those fees are actually going. I know people love transparency in that regard in the next couple of weeks. And then 1% goes directly to the company. So we've spoke a lot with obviously Patrick and Roman. Listen, we're a new platform. We just launched. We couldn't guarantee them, $10 or $1 million in fees, right, for their fundraising. They're coming here because they believe in the platform. They want to give this opportunity to retail. Most importantly, we wanted to find something that was intriguing, different than the stuff that we typically see on ICM. So the money in terms of them is never going to affect them. They've been self-funded, like I said, friends and family, et cetera, as they stated. Just make sure that people understand that, like I said, they're taking a huge shot. They were never looking to come to us because of fundraising. There was a ton of other motives for that.
Okay, well, Patrick, then that's a perfect chance for you to jump in and tell us some of your motives.
Yeah, so I would say a couple of points, right? First of all, if I go through the traditional, not even VC route, but the traditional, high net worth family office, which I know a lot of friends that would be, jumping at investing in this. First of all, we already have enough funding for the products and so forth. It's just any new money will help us accelerate it. So we can definitely raise the money quite easily. With my network track record, I can get the money quite, I wouldn't say easily, but it wouldn't take so much time, right? I'm quite interested in the way SOAR has positioned it with the new debt structure. I think it's quite novel and innovative. I know the three founders very well. I know the team behind it. A shout out to obviously Tom, Sean, and John, the founders. And then you have the people working behind the scenes, Jordan, Ramsey, Nick, everyone who's not just able people, but actually good people. And I want to work with good people and smart people. Regarding like venture, I would also say that I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier. I'm a big believer of tech. I really believe in democratizing change in general. I'm a big believer of AI taking away jobs. Obviously, people losing jobs is not good, but I also believe that there's greater good and benefit of AI and different changes to humanity than losing jobs. We as a species will always figure out a way of dealing with things. So I believe that through SOAR, we can actually use this as a test case to really bridge Web 2 to Web 3 through this new novel debt structure that they have. And again, being a bit kind of I don't know if philanthropic is the right word, but sharing with the public a way for them to have access to this at an early stage instead of waiting it becomes a $100 billion company where people won't have any upside thereafter.
Got it.
That makes sense. I really want to dig into this background, Patrick. And again, guys, I'm not sure what you have on your plate today, if you've cleared your schedule, but you have a very extensive background, and I'm seeing some people in chats pull it up. Like I said, you guys don't even understand right now. Everyone is digging into everything about you guys on the back end here. Maybe tell us how you plan to use and leverage some of these connections that you've made in the past, bringing other companies public to replicate that with this.
You know, I as I said before, I've been in investing and TradFi for, you guys call TradFi, for a very long time. And sometimes your original plan doesn't go according to plan. So you've got to be very agile and very smart in pivoting when you need to. But our current plan is to take this as far as we can. We want to look at consumer products. We want to increase the R&D. One thing I don't think we spoke enough is we have filed for patents, and we're going to file for new patents. And along the way, there's going to be a lot of patents which will create a lot of value on the IP side. So the IP is one of the key assets of the company, obviously, because of the technology. And the professor that we're working with, he's one of the lead professors in, I think the university's ETF. Correct me if I'm wrong, Roman, which is the
Freiburg, University Freiburg,
which is the like the MIT of Europe or Switzerland. So we're very, and also on another note, because of how SOAR and ICM works, there needs to be a public kind of profile and social media profile following of this, which will help with the PR side of the company, which has good and bad points. Now, I have a big reputation in the traditional finance side. I've got to make sure that this is a safe way of doing the way. I've got to make it a success. So that's my incentive to make this happen, not just from a profit standpoint, but also from a reputation standpoint.
Got it. And I don't know if you guys have any other questions. I kind of wanted to just pivot a little bit to the tech side with Roman and have him go through the demo just one more time.
Now that our
audio issues are in order. if you don't mind, Roman, I'd love to kind of just walk through that one more time.
Okay. Yeah. So this is my table. I have basically I work here, and the amount of cables that I had is just way too much. Like, okay, you know what? I need to do something here. And so there is a generator in the table, and it is creating a charging field. And here we can literally see that it is a 3-dimensional field. So out here, that stops, right? And you come in, and there you go. So there's a bit of a gradient.
So cool.
It's insane.
And it's also very precise. So for example, just here is a stop. I wanted to make the stop like here. And here we go. And there it goes. So this could be used to, like, for example, if you had 10 people in an office block, and they're all working there on like one of those long tables, and they all have a monitor, like keyboard, mouse, 2 phones, headphones, all of that stuff needs at the moment cables. Or in, let's say, the most decluttered environment that you can get right now is like have those induction pads, but still you've got to align it really precisely. Or you just have a bunch of cables, like a jungle of cables. And surely there's a better way to do it. And this is that way. And you can put as many devices as you want, and it charges all of them at the same time. So that's pretty cool, I think.
And so tell me quick on the range too. Chill, sorry, I'll let you butt in. I'm hogging a bit. But this one works for this specific table. Is the technology underneath it, or how can I make this maybe fill up an entire house if I just want to charge
you can.
And have everything?
So yeah, so I think so you basically can run this coil, like it's a thin wire around whatever you want. So if I wanted to charge 3-dimensionally this entire room, I would just kind of like run the cable in 3 dimensions, and then I'd be able to charge everything in between. Regarding range, it's all about the specific design, the application. Like it gets complicated, but you can get some pretty good range on it as well. But the point is that you basically loop around whatever you want charged. So I think Patrick mentioned something about charging. I didn't really hear it that well. I had technical issues, but I think Patrick mentioned something about charging a car while it's driving on the road.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just mentioning, Roman, where I said I mean at the beginning, part 1 would be, instead of plugging in your Tesla with the charging cable, the car could be parked in any way without the plug, and the car starts charging. That's phase 1.
Yeah.
Eventually, with the right, obviously a lot of capital will be needed. The second one is the car is moving, and we could charge the car as it's moving.
Yes. So, and that's going to be, yeah, it's going to be some investment, but that will be substantially less investment than doing induction, let's say. So it is actually, in a way, there's a sort of like induction plus. Like it's just the next, I wouldn't say evolutionary step. I think it's a revolutionary step forwards. It is literally power on demand, power unbound. That's kind of what it is. Yeah.
Roman, can you explain what induction is?
Yeah, so well, I mean, we're all familiar with induction, which is you have a coil in a like a charging pad that's usually like propped up, right? And you have your phone. Your phone has also a coil in it, and as it comes really close, the circulating current induces a current in the phone and charges it. This works on similar fundamental principles. It just works in a three-dimensional way.
Got it. Go ahead, Dom. Go ahead.
No, I just know. Remember, you had some questions. I didn't want to interrupt. So go ahead, Jill, please.
No. Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see some people having technical questions here. Top Bumbler said, and we're gonna do a whole Q&A segment at the end if you guys don't mind. But Top Bumbler had one. He said, at this scale, does it create massive EMF that can mess up with non-compatible electronics? Maybe answer that question and also tell me what are some issues you guys are running into?
Okay, so
I'm sorry, Roman. Why don't you also talk about safety as well?
Sweet.
Yeah. Okay. So that actually all goes into the same sort of design of the tech. So because it's resonance, it actually works specifically with specific receivers, right? So like I'm wearing headphones now, it's all fine. I mean, I know we have some technical issues, but that's definitely on the software side. So it only works with a really specialized receiver. And so like that's why it's also safe, because again, like it only powers the receiver. One problem that you may have is if you have a lot of metallic objects, like heavy metal objects. I mean, this table is actually made 50% from wood and 50% from steel. So, and it's still working just fine. So yeah, most of the time it's totally fine. It's safe, CE approved, and no, it does not interfere with other electronics.
Got it. Sounds good. No, we appreciate you answering those questions for us.
One more on this. So Quant actually had a question of how far this was along. Like, is this actively commercialized? I know you guys are filing new patents, but like, is the product out in the market? Is this something people can buy and put in their table today?
We're going to deliver it. Like literally, we're about like a few weeks away from delivering the first units.
Amazing.
So that's pretty exciting. Regarding like scale up from there, yeah, that's going to be an interesting challenge for us, because of course the demand is very large. I mean, Patrick probably, when I couldn't hear him, probably explained how large the demand is. Now, we do have a really great team member, Tim, who specializes in global commerce, supply chains, and so we should be able to get enough of the materials, the very complex and multiple components that you need to actually deploy product. So it's on the way. Again, we have the communication strategy, so I'm going to defer to that. But it's on the way.
We do have a rule in the show where if you start talking about the alpha, you got to keep talking about it, but we'll waive that for you. Maybe a follow on from that is, do you see the hardware manufacturers of consumer goods, like, are you selling them the product, or are you selling it direct to consumer?
Well, again, this boils down to entrepreneurial spirit, and we have that in bucket loads, and we're targeting speaking to everyone, like literally everyone.
Cool. And I think that was all.
Huge. Yeah, no, we appreciate you guys coming on. We're kind of coming up on the hour mark, so not really sure how much time that you guys have. But we
late too, probably where you guys are at as well, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, so we definitely appreciate you guys coming on. And if you have to hop, you can just let us know.
Let me, I think the last thing I want to do real quick is we should talk about the tokenomics a little bit. I think people are going to be confused, and I think I'd like to clarify all that.
Please.
Stuff. So first of all, we're working on updating the DEX reader. I know that the market cap is not reflecting right. You don't have to DM me again. I am fully aware. We are on it. Second thing, so how our token structure works. We have a private agreement. SOAR and Impulsor have a private agreement such that the float that is on the open market, which currently is 6%, so there's a 6% circulating supply, is a private debt against the Impulsor company, okay? All the docs have been signed. That was all handled before this launch. Should, in 3 months, their 90% wallet, which you'll see if you look at any holders' wallets, should in 3 months they decide to ever unlock any more tokens and put them on the open market, number one, it's a cost back to Roman and Patrick and their company because it increases the debt against their company. So it is not just sell tokens as quick into the open market like we've seen for the past 5 years, 6 years. There is a very high cost to the company when they sell tokens or even take tokens off of that wallet, right? If they go and buy back tokens off the open market, that debt decreases against their company. So a company like Impulsor that is going to have huge market share, we hope, is going to be able to lower that debt over time. Most importantly, they're not going to be looking to basically unlock any more tokens in the open market. With other companies, maybe even Impulsor, we want this to be a liquid market. We want there to be an ebb and flow to this, right? So maybe at points, it's strategic for Roman or Patrick to use the open market, the liquidity pool, to raise a little bit of debt, put that into marketing, put that into production, whatever that is, something that gives them a quick ROI on.
And Tom, money. This has to be voted on is that correct?
So how it works is that it's a permissionless process. They send in a disclosure form that says, we Impulsor are claiming 1% of our tokens. This is after 3 months, mind you, so 3 months from today. We're claiming 1% of our token. This is why we're doing it. This is the use of funds. They give all of that in this disclosure form. The market sees this. They understand it. 72 hours later, those tokens are actually sent out. So you have a lot of time as a token holder to respond. If you don't agree with the disclosure, if you think that the company has been acting in bad faith, whatever it is, you have all that transparency in front of you. It's a very good, in my book, it's a very good vetting of companies because you can very quickly see, are these guys serious? 3 months is a long time, right? In 3 months, you're going to know, is Roman a great founder? Is Patrick, a great chairman, et cetera? All of those things will be very transparent. We're quite confident that the answer will be yes. So maybe if they go to claim some tokens at some point, maybe it's 1%, 2%, whatever the number is, you're going to say, yeah, some people are going to sell. Don't get me wrong. I understand how markets work. But the reality is that should be a good opportunity for more people to get entry to the token. Some people that were longer term holders, they capitulate, new holders come in, that debt still stands against their company. And most importantly, it's a senior debt against their company, right? So even with like equity tokens, for example, which I know a lot of people have in their mind, equity is very liquid. It doesn't actually return capital until your company gets acquired, merged, et cetera, right? A senior debt is something that you want to get off your books as a company. Most people don't like debt. There's a reasonable amount of debt, which we think is around the 5% mark or 6% mark, that is healthy and makes sense. You can't take a 60% debt against your company. So the FDV, that number is a completely illogical number given to the market. Unfortunately, that's how our tokenomics work. And the reality is that we want all this transparent on chain. So we don't want you trading a 100% float token that only represents 5% of the company or the debt of the company, right? Our tokenomics are very transparent in that they own the majority of their token, free and clear of any debt. The tokens on the market are the debt to owe back to SOAR. And like I said, any good company that is making profits is inevitably going to take those tokens off the open market, lower their debt over time. And if they want to do it the other way, they're welcome to, but the market is going to be transparent and understand that entire flow the entire way.
And to be clear, if they go and sell, let's say 10% of the company, so someone leads a round for them and they go and sell 10% of that company, what happens to that 10% of tokens that are currently maybe unreleased? Do they get like locked permanently, burned? What happens?
That's a great question. So at the end of the day, the 90% wallet represents the ownership of the company, right? In that case, maybe the investor, maybe they're a Web3 investor and they actually want tokens, right? We'll work with Impulsor or any of our companies to make a logical vesting schedule if they want tokens. More than likely, Impulsor is going to raise from Web2 VCs, right? So the reality is that whether those tokens move to a separate wallet that's also custodial or they just stay in the current wallet, it doesn't actually affect the debt. So those tokens might never move. But they're welcome to raise. They're welcome to raise from Web3 investors because they have tokens to sell if they want to. We just saw that, I believe, with Orgo yesterday, right? They had a deal made. All of those options are on the table. And the inevitable day that we hope comes where there's an IPO, some type of liquidity event, a merger, an acquisition, we have a way to recover that debt back from the company and then at our deference do with that as we see fit to benefit token holders.
So the true market cap here is actually more like 2.1 million rather than the 21, which is displayed, or actually even less. Since
it's 6% of the current FDV. So rough math would be like 1.3 or so, right?
Okay.
So 22 times 0.06. Sorry, I'm doing some 1.3. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And all those tokens, like I said, the reality is I know, and listen, it's the first day of our launch. I know I wrote so many docs yesterday that no one wants to read. I highly recommend if you don't understand our model, please go read the docs. Understand that you can't take a 100% debt against your company.
You need a little animation video, dude.
Like those ones that you see on YouTube. We can work on that. Like it's no different than equity fundraising, right? You don't sell all of your company. Our model enables you to sell a little bit of debt on the open market. And in our case, the tokens will never hit anywhere near that 100%. I don't know what that max threshold of debt against the company will be. I think the market will determine that. I think that 20% starts getting a little bit egregious. 25 and 30 is really egregious, frankly. We'll see that over time as the model evolves, but don't be warned or don't be scared by an FTV, because the FTV is representing the entire value of the company. The circulating supply is what the actual tokens represent.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We want to make sure to get some community questions. Patrick, Roman, we will wrap here. Let you guys go. You know, you can get active on Twitter. I'm sure there'll be more updates coming. We'll leave your links in the show notes. In the meantime, let's get some community questions. We'll ask a few of those. And Tom, you can just stay on, and we'll cover some more technical stuff on the SOAR platform side rather than the the specific CPT side.
And just to close this out, Roman, Patrick, we really appreciate you guys coming through. I know this is a huge day for you guys, huge step here that you're taking with SOAR. So we appreciate you guys taking the time to share all that you did. Roman on the tech side, Patrick, you're on the kind of capital investment side. But we really appreciate the insights, and looking forward to seeing what you guys build out here over the coming months.
Excited for demos, man. The demos are going to really hit home for a lot of people.
And any final thoughts if you want to lead off here?
Oh, dude. Jeez Louise. Josh, you're muted, bro. How long have we been sitting up on the screen here? Okay. You know you're muted. Well, guys, GICM, how we doing? Welcome back. I was chilling on Twitter. I didn't even see we got brought up on stage here, but welcome back to the show. Another Monday. Happy Monday. Josh, it sounds like your mic just clicked on there.
Yeah, we're all right. We're locked in. Got it. Okay.
Sweet. Yeah, man. A little bit going on over the weekend. We had Donald Trump talking about some stimulus checks for people.
Let's start actually with that piece. I think you had a great tweet you tagged from Koblasi, I believe it is.
Yeah, there was a few people that put out better tweets than myself, but I'll pull up what
start
I
on
got
that
on
one?
deck, which is mine. Yeah.
I kind of was like sitting in my hot tub last night, and I was thinking, man, like this guy has set up the economy to just absolutely send. If interest rates do come down and there's stimmies out there, like this is like 2021 all over again. And these are like non-inflationary. Well, all right. So I don't know the effect on inflation, but this is non-money printed stimmies. This is like through tariff taxation.
Right. I got this pulled up. You know what? And I'll actually add on this tariff taxation because I don't know the exact number, but
zoom in if you can. Please.
Yeah, I will. So he said roughly $2,000 per person. That's not high net worth individual in tariffs in stimmies from tariffs. The thing is, I think we've collected maybe close to 300 billion in tariff revenues so far. And I could be off about that number, but that's what I read somewhere earlier. Is it's roughly about 300, maybe a little less than 300 billion in tariff revenues. So actually, we don't have enough money to pay off $2,000 per person in the United States right now. But so yeah, at the moment, like you said, Josh, you're right. It's not inflationary. We're not printing this money to go and hit the markets, but it would be coming from tariffs. Now, how many times does Donald Trump say things and not really act on them? Very, very often, right? So this is not, I don't think the market is pricing this in at all, frankly. I think what we're seeing in the market today and yesterday over the weekend was the government shutdown, the longest government shutdown in history, finally ending. And I think that's why our market's kind of getting a little bump here. But
yeah, maybe to clarify, it could be inflationary if it shows up in the CPI basket, just in terms of people go out, spend that $2,000 on consumer goods. But yeah, not inflationary in terms of like in previous, it was printed basically, and it was growing the M2 supply or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're spot on though, dude. If we get, again, people were getting what, $300 stimmies during COVID or up to 800. I don't know the exact number.
Yeah,
maybe I forget. I think maybe 800. But either way, this is like double to triple that amount of money. So yeah, we would see some sort of crazy bull market, I think. And like you said, Josh, this is lining up with, quantitative easing happening, rates coming down, all that good stuff. So it could be a 2021 all over again, man. Dare I say, one of the best times in crypto, other than, of course, like 2017 and some other great, years. But
yeah.
Cool. What do we have today? I saw a cool tweet from Coinbase as well, which we can talk about. And there are lots of good tweets on this. I should probably find one and get you guys. I should probably find one and get you guys a full write-up, but there's some really good tweets on this and the impacts and implications this would have. I think you guys should go and check it out. But
we could start maybe. Do you want to go do a quick majors check-in?
Yeah, I can do majors.
Weekend.
Where is I bookmarked this? Yeah, this is something I want to talk about real quick too.
Sure.
Token launch. Basically, we have Coinbase creating a launch pad. It's no surprise. I mean, we could have seen this coming. They were hinting at it last week, but token launches just got a whole lot better, according to Coinbase. Early access to your favorite tokens, real supports are prioritized, sustainable token distribution. U.S. users can finally join, now possible with token stablecoins on Coinbase. Oh, one more thing. The Monad sale starts November 17th. So Monad will be selling on Coinbase. And here's a little video.
Were people dunking on Monad though?
Yeah, I mean, because dude, how long has Monad's been like talking about launching a token for TGEing for so long now, dude? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't care about this, to be honest, but
yeah,
worth mentioning.
Yeah, it's like whatever. Does anyone use Monad? I mean, like outside of just
Josh.
It's right. No one's using it.
No, does anyone use anything other than Solana, Ethereum, Base?
I know. Yeah.
Bitcoin a little bit, right? Like no.
No.
Not at all.
Okay.
So, yeah, I can do majors. How much time do we have?
Yeah, we got Alex on, but we got 15 minutes before the pyro segment. So yeah, hit it.
All right, I'll tab over majors.
Alex is just going to be chilling and watching our pre-show. So
good, man. Get a quick educational session on the majors. Here we go. So Bitcoin. Here's what we're looking at. I like to go to the weekly. There's a couple ways you can look at it. You know, when Bitcoin was nuking, which I mean, it still hasn't really recovered too much, but I would say around here, everyone had this chart up, right? What was the chart? They had like the 4-hour chart, and they were like, you know, would you buy this or sell this? And they had these charts that just made it look so bad for Bitcoin. But realistically, you should be looking at the weekly chart and the overall trend. I mean, we're absolutely still in an uptrend. If you want to look at your order flow, this was the last point we kind of accumulated. We saw a shakeout of weak hands, strong hands claimed it. We saw strong hands were in control and legged up. So this is the first area of interest, right? We are seeing some sort of reaction here. Is that due to this being a nice zone or government shutdown ending? Either or, I'm not sure. Either way, though, zoom out to the weekly. We're still in this larger trend here, right? This is the leg that sent us up here. So as long as we don't invalidate this low, we are in an uptrend, and that's still a good bit of ways, right? So even if we do come down, I think anything in here is a really nice range to start looking at. Nonetheless, I do think we just talked about the stimulus checks. We talked about the government opening. We talked about quantitative easing. We talked about, you know, money printing happening. There's just a lot in the economy. Nothing really is signaling me to get bearish here. Maybe short term we trend down, but again, I'm aligned to the upside all the way. So Bitcoin here is looking good. We'll bring it down to the 1 hour just to look at price action. Over the weekend, we did have some pretty nice bullish price action, but again, you can't ever trust a weekend pump. So we'll see as we go into the week. I don't know. I don't have much to say on that, but
that's fair.
Bitcoin looks all right. I will say I have some stuff to say on ETH and Sol more specifically. Just in general, like I think Sol at $160 is like not a bad price. Say we do go into a bear market, of course we would come a lot lower. But the truth is, $160 Solana, still the most active chain in all of crypto. I can't see us not making a new all-time high, especially if we kick on some of these stuff we were talking about. But $160 Solana seems very reasonable and very cheap. This is not where I would be selling Solana. This is not where I would be actually spending Solana either. So if you have Solana in your wallet, me personally, I'm just using stables to spend right now. and I'm holding Solana because I do think we have a good, 2x from here back up to $300. So we'll see. Again, we've been in this range for so long. It's like kind of annoying, dude. Been 609 days we've been in this broader range here.
Yeah, I want to see this at $1,000, to be honest.
Yeah, it really feels like we're getting an exchange of hands here. Anyone that's been wanting to sell their Solana is probably out by now or rotating out. And in my eyes, we get this to start repricing to the upside and hopefully just make a new leg. And again, if it does leg up from here and make a new all-time highs, and again, this is super forward looking, but if it does manage to do that, I would say the bear market will never eclipse $95. Like we will never see a lower than $95, $93 point in Solana ever again. If we do manage to, go from here and create a new all-time high like this, right? Just because this zone has been tested so many times, we have such a large exchange of hands and transfer of wealth here. I just think this is your zone. So I do like Solana here. I think the risk to reward is pretty good. And if macro pukes, obviously Solana's going to do the same, but I do like Solana higher.
Pull pump, great reaction on pump.
Pump looks
over
great.
The weekend. We called it at 37, I think, 100 to get long. We actually bought some in our treasury as well, so we like it.
Yeah, let me pull up Moby real quick. Pump. Okay. But yeah, like Josh, we got long on pump personally from a treasury standpoint, personal account standpoint. I know Josh has been in since back here as well.
Yeah, I mean, just been stacking pump for a while.
Stacking pump. You guys have seen the thesis. Pump's a dominant player. We saw Orr recently, I think, got close to eclipsing pump in daily volume, and everyone was freaking out. Again, like pump is churning $1 million+ a day in buybacks, just pumping it out. I think, yeah, this is an obvious bet here at again, the market cap is not represented correctly on here. The market cap for pump is 1.5 billion rather than 4.5 bill. So 4.3 bill fully diluted, 1.5 circulating. The only thing I don't love about pump is the overhang of airdrop, right? We know airdrop's going to come at some point. That's going to be a sell event. It could be a bullish sell event, right? It gets out of the way and we continue higher, but that's the only overhang. Other than that, pump's churning $1 million a day plus every day in revenue in one of the worst times in the market. Padre was acquired. We know that's going to probably do $250 million in yearly revenue conservatively. They are dipping into ICM. Like there's just a lot going for pump. I think their ecosystem continues to expand. So yeah, absolutely. This is probably a buy here at $1 billion. They've already offset over 10% of supply since launch, which is just incredible. So
there's a tweet I wanted to highlight. If you go to the second tweet, I believe it is.
Second tweet.
I sent. Yeah, in private chat, if you can pull that up.
Man, the one thing about StreamYard here is they don't, I think StreamYard has a private chat below and the comments above. So I have to like tab back and forth to read comments in private chat. And,
yeah, GMCG, Ave, GICM, Andrew, Pepe, shout out you.
Okay.
So this is the first tweet. So we'll talk about Moby right now. Maybe we'll chart it out. Actually seeing some good action on Moby over the weekend, but this just dropped, which is a clip saying that Moby has bought back 0.5% of their supply in the first 2 weeks of their new mobile app launch. And I think that is going to continue to trend higher in terms of those buybacks as more and more users on board. But yeah, for our Moby friends, this is a significant buyback amount.
Let's talk about that because yeah, we are, and again, this is like revenue meta right now. I think we've seen the best performing tokens over the last couple months have been buybacks, right? Buyback tokens, and it's kind of outplayed. Everyone's like, "What's the flywheel? What's the flywheel?" But like real deal, obviously, people want revenue going back to the tokens. Otherwise, what's the point, right? This is holding a really nice range. Moby looks good. It's held in this range for so long. The bet here is really their mobile app doing well and bringing a bunch of revenue in that's going to go towards buybacks. Mobile apps are doing well. I am not a mobile app user. I am, testing out Moby Mobile, of course. But outside of that, I just don't use mobile too much. But we have seen that trend really take off with FOMO being a big leader in the space, along with some others. And so maybe there is a big market there. And I think Moby seems to have found that market and they're trying to address it. So if that can lead to substantial revenue, this is probably going much higher. So
yeah, at 10 mil, this seems like a good entry or good risk reward here. So take it for what it is.
Yeah.
The second thing I wanted to bring up was Tether investing $100 million. I don't know if you say this is an investment but anyways, putting $100 million to promote Rumble's mobile wallet. And so for those that aren't familiar, Rumble is a streaming platform. And I don't know what the specific angle is here, but in terms of, we were talking about Pump earlier and their streaming efforts, I think this kind of plays into that a little bit. Obviously, Pyro deals with streaming a bit, and MCG deals with streaming a bit, but we've seen a few announcements from major players putting money into streaming adjacent stuff. And so, yeah. Wow.
Rumble shares soar on Teller's partnerships. Actually, what is Rumble's ticker?
Yeah, let's actually check that.
Is it RMBL? Let's see. I'm sure it's gonna have their ticker in here somewhere. Rum. All right, check that out. Let's see. Rumble.
Yeah, I got it here. I can maybe pull it up.
I mean, soar. I don't know about that. Went from 5.6, and again, this is on a Nasdaq listed company, but $5.6 a share to 6.51 a share. So it definitely did catch some bids, but over on the grander scheme of things, the chart looks pretty. Honestly, not sure what you think about Rumble. This goes into a deeper, like, is Rumble a good business strategy? I think they're losing money last I checked. So, I mean, that doesn't make you not a good business, right? We know Uber lost money for how long, but I don't know. In the grand scheme of things,
streaming's also competitive, but I think these guys are realizing that the pivot has to be to something transactional on their platform beyond just ads.
Yeah, I would say, you know, if I'm dipping my toes in Rumble, I guess these are two not terrible zones. But all right, let's read this though, because I don't get the angle here. I don't get the angle here for Tether. Let me reload on my computer real quick.
I mean, Tether makes so much money that maybe they're starting to roll in investments that drive usage of USDT in different areas, especially stuff that's kind of like Rumble, where it's you're getting a lot of consumer adoption potentially. So I think everyone's looking to streaming for some sort of angle. But yeah, are you able to?
Yeah, sorry, it was just taking forever. Give me 1 sec. My computer's about to blow up. That might be, I think my next Black Friday purchase is a new computer. No jokes. All right, here we go.
Might be a valid MCG expense.
We're going to expense that for sure. Okay, let's see. Rumble shares soar on Tether partnership planned Northern Data acquisition. Rumble unveils 3 major deals with Tether and Northern Data, expanding its AI infrastructure and ad business and cloud capacity. Okay, I didn't even know they had an AI infra business, but cool. What to know? Rumble plans to acquire North Data AG, adding approximately 22,000 NVIDIA GPUs. Oh, so they're just doing it now. And global data center, scaling its cloud and AI operations. Tether commits $150 million for GPU services and $100 million in advertising. Okay, so there's your number. So 150 million will go towards basically purchasing and using these GPU services that Rumble's just acquired. And then 100 million in advertising reinforcement, partnership with Rumble and advancing. Okay, so I'm assuming what happens here is 150 million goes towards GPU services. Whatever Tether needs these GPUs for, 150 million is going towards that. The other 100 million will go towards advertising on the Rumble platform. So it's a two-pronged partnership here. Yeah. Rumble shares jumped 21% in pre-market trading. North Data surged 46%.
Anything around wallet? They said the wallet. I don't know if you control F and see if there's wallet mentioned anywhere.
I can do that. Tether would also spend 100 million to drive adoption to Rumble Wallet. The campaign will integrate the Rumble Wallet with Tether's USDT and Bitcoin products.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. That's interesting, but nonetheless, I think we can kind of pivot from there and we can get back to regular scheduled show. But that's the macro today. We're looking all right. I wouldn't get too hopeful, man. Just this market's been so brutal. I have a tough time getting too bullish and too hopeful. But sweet.
We do have a request for a quick ticker if we want to pull Loyal. Loyal's up on Wednesday this week.
Yeah, I would love to pull that up. They've been doing their thing, doing the do. Here we go.
Mesba, just because you requested it, we don't want to leave you waiting in chat on this, so we'll pull that real quick.
This is my first time getting my computer over the weekend. I haven't really had time to get on, so haven't seen how this has been performing. Come on. All right. So yeah, it looks like it's kind of ranging. It had a nice big pump over here. This is when everyone really started talking about Loyal. But back to the range. I would say generally, if you're looking to buy this, and again, this is with no information, I have to do more research on them, and we're gonna have them on the show, so that's gonna be a great time to learn all about their product. But we know MetaDAO is like really extremely bullish right now. If you have a product on there, I think you're getting attention no matter what, to some extent. So I would say, without knowing much on the actual technology and product, I would say, well, this actually wicked pretty close to a nice range. I don't know, man. It might roll over a little bit. Remember, this is privacy, so also this is going to be somewhat correlated to how ZEC is doing, right? So let me actually, because Zach has been kind of leading this whole pump here. So let me pull up Zach on this. So Zach's been up only, looking really good. On the 1 hour, it has caught some dips, but it is recovering nicely. Let's see, bro. Again, Zach's been so hot, it has to cool off. So this range it's kind of forming here might be fine. We might see it go range bound for a little while, which might give you more time and dips on Loyal. If ZEC continues up, I would imagine the privacy trend kind of continues. So yeah, until anything else breaks out, ZEC is kind of our determinal leader here. So I look at Loyal, and I'll tab back over here. I would say, again, watch ZEC. If ZEC pumps, back to all-time highs again, and this hasn't really followed suit, maybe start DCAing there. Otherwise, I would wait for some sort of range down here, maybe a little bit lower. Maybe not retesting the ultimate lows, retesting this ultimate zone, but just anything kind of lower as market just trades sideways. Make sure price action starts trending sideways, and then I would start building a position in Loyal.
Yeah, come to Wednesday, 1:15 p.m. for the stream with Loyal. Come learn more, and maybe you'll find some interesting info.
I'm excited. So, little prep here. It is 4:45.
Do you want to pull Pyro up on the chart Pyro real quick?
Yeah.
While we got Alex here.
And we have had Alex on before.
Yeah.
I think their token was in a much different spot. So they've seen some success, and they're leading into the pump fund. Man, dude, Moby screener's got to get their charting up. Sorry, I lost my thought process. Yeah, but Pyro's been seeing some success, and they're leaning into the pump fund streaming meta. So look at that. That's a good looking chart.
That's a classic believe chart right there.
Yeah.
Launch, consolidation, and then some sort of catalyst.
I mean, yeah, this got, I don't know exactly what it was on the 4th of November, but this got some really good attention. Brought it from 200 to, 720. So really cool stuff there. And again,
we got the man on stage. Maybe we could ask him.
Hey, guys. Good to be on.
Welcome back, Alex.
Thank you.
How you doing?
I am doing good. It's been a busy. I think it's been about 2 months since we last chatted. I think we had just launched when we first synced up. So yeah, it's been very busy, but traction's been great. So it's good time at Pyro.
Sweet. When you say traction's been great, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, ultimately, it's that we're seeing people really use the product that we've built, right? Okay. So we were very optimistic when we launched that we would find product market fit pretty quickly, and we think we have that now. We have over 50 Pump Fund live streamers that are using Pyro as their primary means of sponsoring their streams. We have over a dozen Web3 brands, as well as projects and token communities that are using Pyro to try and as a major way to advertise and reach new users. So we're really happy with that. And we think that there's a lot of potential in this space.
Absolutely. For those that didn't catch our first stream, maybe give a quick elevator pitch on what exactly Pyro is, just to catch some people up real quick before we get into it.
For sure. So I see you've brought up the website, and that definitely helps. So basically, we are the only on-chain sponsorship marketplace for Pump Fun and other Web3 native live streamers. And on Pyro, brands can essentially sponsor streamers by buying and burning their tokens. So not only do we solve the problem of linking up brands who want to advertise on Pump streams with streamers who want sponsorships, but we also create the first real value accrual flywheel for creator capital markets, because the mechanism of sponsorship is buying and burning those streamer coins on the Pyro platform. So that's the gist of what we are in a nutshell.
Yeah, this is interesting. I remember when we had you on the first time, I think you had like, maybe it was 2 live, but you didn't have a large amount of streamers using this, but it seems like it's clearly been adopted here. Niners has burned 57.9 million tokens. What's some of the feedback you're getting, and how are you getting this into streamers' hands? Because like we talked about, it's kind of a no-brainer for them to use the service.
Yeah, no, the feedback has been really positive. I mean, it's interesting because Pump Fun invested so much in creating this in-app streaming service, and they onboarded tons of streamers who went on to launch coins. But once streamers launch on Pump Fun, there's really very little available to them to help them grow their audience, scale their streams, find sponsorship, provide value for their token holders, make revenue and maybe a living from streaming. We're really the only player in the space that's building that infrastructure. So just shared, just as an example, I just dropped the link in our chat, but one of our streamers is Carl Vogel from Six Man Ventures, and his stream is super popular. He was flagging on his X account that he's earning now about $1,000 per stream from burns on Pyro. So the demand is there, and it really was just a question of starting to actually meet that need.
Okay, this is really interesting. What is he streaming? Is he streaming like a finance show, and how is this working? Because that's super interesting.
Yeah, no, I mean, you should definitely follow it. It's one of the better Pump Fun streams, in my opinion. It's called, you can see the link. It's called Crypto Trenches. Trenches is the token, and he brings on super cool people. He brought on the Solana Foundation CMO 2 weeks ago. He interviewed one of the top researchers at Masari last week, and this is actually those clips are great examples of Pyro in use. So if you zoom in on any of those, you'll see this, this nice banner at the bottom, and that's advertising ATM.day, which I think you guys are probably familiar with. And
yeah,
they're sponsoring Carl's stream right now.
Actually,
so that's a Pyro banner.
Okay, so explain how that works.
Yeah, for sure. So honestly, it's super simple, which we think is one of the keys to our success. Pretty much every streamer, nobody very rarely streams directly through Pump Fun. They use something like Restream. I know you guys used to use Restream, or they use OBS, some kind of streaming software. And with virtually any streaming software, you can drop in an overlay just by dropping in a URL that connects to that overlay banner. And so that's how Pyro's banner works. And so what's really nice about that is not only is it super easy, it requires no technical expertise, but it also means that when streamers use Pyro, it's not just showing up on Pump Fun. A lot of these people have thousands of viewers on X or thousands of viewers on Rumble or Twitch, and it'll show up across all of those streams. So that's the basic mechanism. And then, as I mentioned, sponsors come in and they bid for that banner space, and they do that by buying and burning the tokens on Pyro.
How many dollars, like, are you tracking how much money is flowing through sponsored placements? How much is Pyro generating in terms of overall, and then like what's your business model on top of that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it's been interesting. We are really hitting an inflection point now. We have several $1,000s worth of sponsorships that have flowed through the platform. So we're moving in the direction where this is becoming meaningful income and meaningful buy pressure for the tokens for a lot of these streamers. And we've just shipped some updates that we think are going to pretty much blow that up and lead to dramatically more revenue coming in for streamers, which I'm happy to talk about. But yeah, already we're announcing more sponsors every day. We're seeing some sponsorships that are worth more than $1,000, and we expect to see those figures continue to scale.
So walk us through kind of some metrics. Like how many streamers do you guys have using the platform now, like versus when you started? Kind of walk us through where it started versus like where it is now from a numbers standpoint.
Yeah, I think that, when I first came on, shortly after we launched our token, which was around the same time we launched the app, we had, a core group of streamers, maybe a dozen. We now have more than 50 Pump Fun streamers. We have 50 Pump Fun streamers who are using our platform. So that's a really strong base. Collectively, that represents something like 2 to 3 million in market capitalization among those tokens. And they also pull, I believe, 2,000 to 3,000 active viewers collectively, at any given time that, someone were to tune in on Pump, there would be that many eyeballs. So that's meaningful. And, one thing that we're developing, although it's not live yet, is the ability to track not only how many people are watching the streams in real time, but also how many people are watching them through clips on X subsequently, right? Because that's a huge portion of reach. And we think that, of course, pushes it into the hundreds of thousands of impressions from these streams. So that's kind of the foundation of the marketplace. And we have, I believe, we have about 37 sponsors in total, if I'm recalling the number properly. About a dozen of those are brands that are, very active and sponsoring a number of streamers.
So outside of that, like, I guess one of the questions I did want to ask you as well was just on a much larger scale, just creator capital markets. Like, are you bullish on that space? Are you like, where do you see that space going, and how do you see Pyro kind of fitting into that future?
That's a great question. So as you would imagine, we're bullish, right? Because we are building for creator capital markets. One thing, that I always want to flag is that while we serve primarily Pump Fund streamers right now, because that's where a lot of crypto native streamers are, we're not wedded to Pump Fund. Our technology works on any streaming platform. And long term, I think the best way to think about CCM is just that it's a subset of ICM. It's impossible to imagine that if we're seeing all these other startups that are tokenizing on Solana and using that as a way to, initially get some traction and some revenue, that we're not going to see that with creators and live streamers as well. As I think we mentioned that video you just saw, the live streamer ad market is more than $100 billion per year in ad revenue. So our basic thesis is we do expect, if not all, a majority of that to start to move on chain over the next 5 years. And the point of Pyro is to be the infrastructure that essentially captures that and directs it to on-chain streamers. So we're very bullish on the long term.
One of the key metrics that advertisers really care about, for sure, especially brand advertisers, is just the metrics like the impressions you get, how many clicks you get, that kind of stuff. You mentioned tracking impressions on clips. Can you say technically how you do that?
Yeah, so that's something. We have a partner called LiveSuite.app that is really just like the best data analytics tool I've ever seen, and they focused exclusively on creator capital markets. So we've basically just been relying on them to provide extremely robust data on viewership, on audience, on average viewership time, frequency of streams, and they're working on a build out specifically for us to be able to track X streams. We're probably going to use some kind of unique hashtag that we can embed at least in our own clips that we put on X that will let us track our own. And then we're going to look into other ways to track other clips created organically as well.
Can I pop in and ask about the relationship with Pump Fund? Obviously, we've seen some turmoil with the Believe platform. Actually, on this video, even I saw at the very end, I think you said powered by Believe. Have you guys had conversations with Pump.Fund? Has a migration been in question? You obviously stream a lot over there. They're pushing CCM big. They're pushing ICM big. Are they going to push your token even though it's not on their platform? Maybe just help me understand that whole scope of things.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. So we thought about that, and when we were initially preparing to launch our token, this was before Pump had started pushing into ICM. So that was one of the reasons that we chose Believe, is that Pyro is an ICM token. It's going to be its value is going to be tied to buybacks from protocol revenue. So Believe made sense in that regard. But more generally, I think that we like Pump Fund. We do have a great line of communication with the team. They've helped refer a bunch of streamers our way. But we expect this to be a more diverse marketplace with other platforms besides just Pump supporting streamers. So picking a neutral, non-streamer related launchpad we thought made sense on a 6 month to a year timeline, even though Pump is the big player right now.
When you say this, they're sending you streamers, what does that look like exactly?
Yeah, well, one of our ecosystem growth lead, and I think he's actually made some comments in this, Alex Strassmore, works with Pump.
He's teasing the alpha in the chat.
Is he right now? That's awesome. Yeah, so he works with Pump, and Pump has pushed some streamers through him towards Pyro. So it's been a good relationship.
What does it look like to step out of this Pump sphere, right? This is clearly your market fit right now is Pump Fund. What's it going to look like to really break out of that and just get the mainstream?
Yeah, that's a good question. Look, we have specifically, built Pyro with tokenized live streams in mind. I think that the first adjacent category we'll move into is live streams that are crypto native, focused on a crypto audience, but that don't have tokens. And there's ways that we can facilitate sponsorships for them. But ultimately, as I said, we're agnostic. So if Pump, is able to achieve what they've said they want to achieve, which is, putting $100 million into growing their live stream vertical and killing Twitch and Kick, then we're happy just to keep servicing, primarily Pump live streamers. But if other launchpads start competing, then we'll service them as well. So we would make that pivot if it made sense.
Okay, sweet. Let's walk through some of these updates. I'm just reading this tweet here. It says Pyro product update. I could read the whole thing, but I might as well just have you do it. What's going on with you guys? What's new? Yeah,
no, that's a great question. So here's the thing that I want to emphasize, sort of two key news points for this show. First, we're doing something that we think is really original and really cool. We're working with a Coinbase developer platform on really two implementations. One, they're embedded wallets so that even people who don't have a wallet can instantly spin one up and start sponsoring on Pyro. And the other is X402, which I'm sure you guys have been talking about, but the payments protocol that Coinbase created that uses HTTP. We are actually live. We just need to make a few more UI updates before we start actively having people use this. But we're live with a service that's going to let any sponsor essentially, if you think about how people using X ads can just specify their total marketing spend that they want and identify, oh, here's the target users we want to reach. That's going to be the experience on Pyro. So a brand that knows nothing about individual streamers and has maybe never made a crypto payment before can now use embedded wallets and the X402 protocol to just say, look, this is what I'm willing to spend. Help me optimize this as much as possible. And all that'll happen under the hood. So I think that's going to be a massive unlock, because right now we've been kind of having to educate these individual sponsors about the streamers that they can sponsor, which is a bit of a constraint in terms of our growth. Once this is in place, it'll just be plug and play, and it'll take 5 minutes for a sponsor to sponsor 10 different streamers.
Does that take you outside of just streaming as well? Like, do you now go to YouTube? Do you now go to creators that don't just stream? Like, seems like that's a pretty big unlock.
Yeah, it is a big unlock. And we'll see, right? I think the first test is just going to be this week when we go live with it. We'll be doing a joint announcement with Coinbase developer platform when we do, and we're going to test it out with some of our existing sponsors. And we have about half a dozen sponsors that we're onboarding that can try this. And if we're happy with it, and if everything works as planned, then yes, it makes the entire app vastly more scalable, because people like me and Alex Strassmore don't need to now be in the middle, helping matchmake and educate. People can literally just come in and start sponsoring across the entire universe of CCM streamers.
Yeah, in the advertising world, we call this contextual targeting, which is you're targeting based on the streamer or the content that they have, versus audience targeting, which is like, I want to spend this, I just want to reach people, maybe add some additional targeting layers to it, but kind of hard, I guess, unless you have the audience data. I love this, because what makes advertising scalable is that automation. And so do you have like an agent that's kind of like going out and then making those payments? Like what specific, because like audience targeting is nothing new. Meta's been doing it for years, decades. But like, what's the difference between that audience targeting where they're just like delivering ads on devices versus, your like where does X402, the protocol, specifically come into it? I'm just trying to like think.
That's a good question.
Like, is an agent like paying the streamers or moving the money to their account, or is the agent like going and like burning the tokens per impression that's delivered? Like, just maybe getting.
It's a really good question. So look, the key unlock for X402, everyone hears about it in the context of agents, right? But the real unlock is that it allows for stablecoin payments over HTTP. So you're not actually paying for an on-chain transaction every time you make a payment. And that, of course, once you get that out of the way, the cost in gas of executing on an on-chain payment, it makes it possible to just have, essentially a traditional or Web2 like payment experience. And so if you're picture a small sponsor, picture they have $1,000 worth of marketing spend, and they want to allocate it optimally. And we use LiveSuite's data to kind of figure out the best mix of streamers for them to sponsor. Because we're using X402, it's extremely inexpensive, to make each individual payment. And then we just handle, once that payment's made, Pyro just handles the buy and burn transactions in the same manner as before. So that's essentially the unlock. And I don't think that it even needs to be from, in terms of the use of an AI agent, I don't think that's really the most important thing. The truth is there's just no service like this available for this entire marketplace, CCM, yet. But once this is live, there will be. And I think that alone is going to make a pretty huge impact.
Sweet.
Chill or yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think you had some other updates here. That covers the X402. Do you want to talk about the 50/50 burn or anything else on this tweet? Or
I'll just talk about the third point, which I think is most relevant to holders, which is that we are going to be kicking off our buyback and burn program this week. So, again, we wanted to first focus on building out that marketplace before we even started charging fees to sponsors, let alone kicking off the flywheel. But now that we have thousands of dollars in transactions flowing through, and we're going to be launching this X402 implementation that I just described, we think it's a great time to start taking fees, using it for buyback and burn, and we think that's going to be really cool.
What's the broader vision here? I don't know if we got that the first time you were on, but the grand vision, like when you see this a year, 2, 5 down the road, what does Pyro look like?
Yeah, look, I think that ultimately Pyro just provides this really essential service that already exists, on Web 2, which is matching advertisers with creators and streamers who have audiences, but it does it in an entirely crypto native way for a universe of streamers who are all tokenized and all in some way operating on Solana or Base or other blockchain networks. And right now we're the only people doing it. We think that as this market grows, we just continue to scale and to, we'll provide whatever adjacent services, we ultimately see people needing. But right now, just having a really great product that solves this for the first time, I think puts us in a really exciting place.
I do. Sorry, Dom, go ahead if you're gonna.
Yeah, I want to get back to the clipping aspect because we obviously are a live stream show, and so many of our viewership, so much of our viewership today comes from clipping. What is clipping doing for live streamers now that we didn't really have in the past? It's a growing market, and I don't know, how do you see that in terms of value for Pyro and just in general?
Yeah, there's a reason that we already provide a clipping service in-house, and that's something that we want to dramatically scale up over time. Look, ultimately, I've had dozens of conversations with sponsors, and they all want to know about impressions. And impressions are not just limited to the people who are watching live right now. From the advertiser's perspective, they don't really care as long as the person is seeing the banner and receiving the message that the advertiser is trying to send. So in practice, I think clips are about 90% of the aggregate viewership of any given live stream. So it's super important, and we want to become this pretty significant kind of clipping and marketing engine for our streamers, because that just makes our marketplace that much more attractive.
I got to give so Alex and I, obviously we go way back, but we had a conversation at the beginning of this year about this, because you were doing a newsletter at first, and I was like, Alex, it's all about video. Forget about anything written, focus on video. And so anyways, long story short, I went off and started MCG, and then you went off and did a few things. And then obviously now Pyro. Video's just kind of taken off. Clipping wasn't something new back then, but I think it's just it's really grown. How do you? Maybe I'll ask you this question, because we obviously do our we have two approaches to clipping. One core part of MCG's business is we have an internal team that marries clipping with really good analytical written commentary, which adds a fair amount of virality, and then that gets tweeted out by those communities and whatnot. Then there's a kind of third-party part of clipping where it's people that are unconnected with MCG, and we allow people to. I have a whole onboarding package for new clippers of add this to your bio, do this, do that, do this, so that when they do clip it, it's actually effective. And then we will retweet it from the main account if it's good work. I don't know, just maybe taking a step back, for us in our business, even, you guys do your own service around clipping. We've asked you your perspective on clipping, but like, is like right now, like I can't track all the clips that are out there that are third party. I don't know all the impressions unless I go in and look at them. But like, I don't know, is there an easier way to track all that? Like, I don't know. I kind of gave you the lay of our business and thought, man, if there's a comment you have.
No, I actually don't think there is, because most of these impressions are on X, and X's API is difficult to use and somewhat limiting. So that's why for us, really prioritizing doing our clipping in-house where we can track the virality of our clips is what makes more sense. But yeah, if you find the secret to being able to track all clips in general, then I'd be very curious to know.
So on that, are you like taking the URL, putting it in a drive like Sheets or something, and then just going and checking the impressions at some point? Like, is it that simple and not to out like? But that's kind of like how I do it. But I was just curious how you do it.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So what we're going to do probably 1 week out, because we've been so busy this week, is LiveSuite's developing a tool that can track impressions for any tweet that has sort of a specific hashtag attached. And we're just going to have, a unique hashtag that no one else would replicate that we're going to be embedding in them. And then LiveSuite will provide us with the impression count.
I'm also curious just on the direction of streaming in general here. You mentioned earlier that you think it needs to be made into this financialized product, right? You think that's like a big pool of streaming, and we're seeing it with streamers who are doing poly markets, prediction bets, or like watching sports live. Like, it's a big thing. Maybe tell me the direction you think streaming is headed and why it needs to be financialized and why this is such an interesting angle / pool. Yeah,
that's a good question. So look, I mean, I can speak from experience now that we have, more than 50 creators on our platform. We have a pretty good sample size of, the sorts of people who are streaming and what their motivations are. And the truth is that I just think that before, Pump Fun made it possible to launch a token tied to a stream, the economics of streaming were really unfavorable. Like, you basically had to be in the top 0.01% for it to be lucrative. And if you didn't make it, then there was possibly just zero revenue. So I think that the reason that streams financialize is really just the same as ICM in general. It greatly lowers the bar to being able to get some kind of upfront funding and some kind of monetization for an idea. And I think that alone is enough to pull, a huge portion of the market onto Web3 over the next year or two.
CCM's not a world I'm super tapped into. Obviously, you're much more educated in that vertical than I am. Are you seeing a lot of flack for some of these streamers launching tokens? How has the feedback been in general for that?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of flack maybe 2 to 3 months ago. There was this CCM meta, and a lot of these coins got bid up, to sort of ridiculous valuations, given the level of maturity of some of these streams. And I think that led to a lot of people being disappointed. What's really interesting, though, is kind of seeing how now that things are settled down, the market is starting to price, pretty rationally. So we're seeing a lot of streamers who are in like the high 5 figs, low 6 figs in terms of their market cap, which kind of makes sense if you then look at their audience numbers, streaming frequency, and so forth. And for them, I think that the remaining communities are actually really happy, because we're seeing them now start to slowly grind up, and it's beginning to look a little bit more like ICM, where there's a connection between their success long-term and the performance of the token. So I don't think that we're seeing a lot of flack now, but we definitely did during sort of the Wild West days of CCM.
So does this become more normalized in your opinion? Do you think, like, we've seen this so many times, right, where Kick had a push to take streamers from Twitch and bring them on Kick, sign these big multi-million dollar contracts. Is this a sustainable push here on Pump.Fun? Obviously, you have a relationship with them, but what do you think?
Yeah, it's a good question. What's not sustainable is offering some kind of one-off incentive to get someone to launch a token on Pump. Again, people can multi-stream. So I can stream on Kick, Twitch, and Pump. Ultimately, if there's nothing that's making, focusing on that Pump audience really compelling, then people are just going to take that money. They're eventually going to let the token die, and they're going to pivot back to, what they were doing before. Where I think things are sustainable, though, is that we're seeing a lot of streamers who are, organically, developing on Web3. They're Web3 native, who have their audiences here and whose audiences are all token holders. And I think that, as we just start to see more people, moving onto, Solana to launch streams and more audience members who are comfortable, holding or trading tokens, I think that becomes a very sustainable market over time.
What are some things that streamers are doing that are working for
Mhm.
CCM streamers?
So a couple things, and actually, it's good that you bring this up because we're thinking about launching something that's effectively a streamer incubation program to kind of educate streamers on how to make the most of what they're doing here. I would say the number one thing that they can do is to stream daily or close to daily and to have a very clear focus, right? Like the reason MCG is so successful is because you guys are the only authoritative place to go to learn about these, smaller cap ICM tokens. I think that if people can define a niche like that where they can have some value to add, then they will start to do very well. And then once you add to that, setting up an account on Pyro, getting sponsors that match with that niche, so that where there's a high demand for what you're doing as a streamer, and then getting the buy and burn flywheel going, then your token will start to perform well, and that's going to pull in even more audience members and set off a virtuous cycle. So there is a path to success in this space, but people do need to be more focused and have a sense of how to navigate it.
What kind of money are you seeing sponsors drop in terms of, we know like on YouTube, there's different rates of what you get per view, right? Depending on what you do, finance is paid higher than maybe like iShow speed clips or whatever. What kind of sponsors are you seeing come on from experience and drop the most money? Like what niche is that lucrative one?
Well, might be no surprise, right? The trading platforms or any sort of trading related tools and software are willing to spend a lot to reach pump fund streamer audiences. There's sort of a natural synergy there. So we kind of expected that. That is what we're seeing. I think I mentioned earlier, just as an example, Carl Vogel's stream is seeing sponsors willing to spend up to $1,000 per stream to be, visible. He does one stream a week, so there's a scarcity element there. So, that's kind of what the economics look like at the high end. And then lots of streamers are getting, maybe $200 per week in, buy and burn pressure to $500 per week. Again, from sponsors that are trying to reach a trading audience. That's been the most lucrative so far.
This is really interesting because if you do have those streamers that are here for the long term, even if they're small and they just grind for months on months, those $200, $500, weekly clips will add up in the chart, right? You'll see it represented in the chart. So you really can make these longer term bets now on streamers where it's like, this guy has 3, 5, 10 viewers live, but I can see him doing something in the future. So it's like really interesting.
Yes.
I'm looking at your platform. Are you seeing a lot of people come to your platform to watch the streams live? Or are they going directly to Pump Fund, Twitch, and other places?
That's a good question. Look, right now, we're not seeing a huge number of people discovering streams for the first time through Pyro. It's mostly the creators and the sponsors who are using the app. But I will say, for anyone who's tried to watch streams on Pump Fund, they still have a real issue with discoverability. And so I think that, as we continue to grow and as more people are aware of us, it makes a lot of sense for us to try to solve that problem and invest in ways just to make it as easy to find a Pump Fund stream as you can find a YouTube stream now. So that is a direction we want to go, but we've been focusing on building out the marketplace first.
Okay, sweet. What can you work on when it comes to this site? I think I like how the site looks. You can watch streams on here. There are the clips down here. What are you guys focused on next?
Sure. So in terms of the discoverability aspect, this kind of goes hand in hand with what we're doing to make it easier for these people to be sponsored. If you go on Pump Fund right now, there are no categories, right? There's no way to organize streams by gaming, sorts, or trading. Or
Such
whatever.
a basic thing.
Yeah, why is it so difficult? Why?
I have no idea, but it certainly leaves an opening for other ecosystem projects to fill that and to benefit from it. So just by having categories, which is something that we're building out right now, and already we organize our streamers by the popularity of the streams, by the amount of sponsorship burns they have, so meaningful sorting mechanisms. And then when you click, you can see that we have an easy to navigate repository of their past clips. Like that alone is a significant improvement on what Pump is offering, and I think we can iterate on that and make it even better.
Do you see Pump coming out with improvements to the UI in that, the UX in that way, coming out with a place where streamers can be discovered, streams can be easily found and different things? Do you feel like they'll ever improve on that, or is that kind of on the builders to kind of produce a product like that?
I can't read Pump's mind. I think the answer is yes, because I think their long-term vision is to shift discovery of streams from X, where it happens right now, to Pump, which is part of their model for kind of trying to dominate everything adjacent to trading. So I do think that they intend to do it. They just haven't been doing it fast enough. We have 6,000 streamers now, and they could really benefit from discoverability. So I think it's just going to be the case that others are going to start stepping in and providing that. But I do think they'll eventually pick it up.
Because I see this, I noticed this sort of trend with Pump that, for example, their recent acquisition of Padre, instead of making a trading terminal themselves, they just kind of rely on the builders and then just bring them into the fold. So, I wonder if that's something that's going to play out here for CCM and platforms like yours.
We'll have to see.
Love that. Love that. I think we got a lot of the questions in. I don't know if you guys have anything else, Josh.
Nothing else from me. Maybe Alex, but anything you want to say, get off your chest.
There was a rumor in the chat here, and I want to maybe address it about Nikita Beer already bought it. Is this a rumor? It's your homie is in chat saying it. So if there is, give us the goods.
Yeah. So, if you look at our chart, there was a pretty notable breakout about a week ago now. And what I'm hearing from people, I'm actually not, I don't have a definitive answer to that. What I'm hearing is that it was the public wallet of Nikita Bear that bought and kind of triggered a wave of, new interest in buying. Yeah, you see it on the chart. I don't think he's ever come out and said, hey, everyone, this is my public wallet, but it's one of those wallets that's listed as his in tons of different, trader chats. So who knows? But either way, it's clear that we've been pulling in more whales and some pretty savvy people into our community.
I can confirm that Nikita Bear's wallet is public, and people speculate on all of his buys. He's been very active not very active as of late, but he's bought a few things as of late. Maybe we'll talk about that. But yeah, I guess Pyro was one of them. Yeah.
Really quick, because we want to start wrapping up this segment, which was great. By the way, Alex, you also had the gentleman from Six Man Ventures was using your product. Has he made a investment in the platform privately or anything like that? Like, how close are you to Six Man Ventures on this?
So
or is he just streaming? Is he just playing?
Yeah, we'll say he's just streaming. So, look, we have a lot of conversations going on. We have some really interested potential long-term strategic investors who we're actively talking to. But for now, yeah, he's just streaming.
Nice. Well, I'm glad to see the platform is attracting some key players here from a buying standpoint and a streamer standpoint. So, no, awesome job, Alex, on the interview. I really enjoyed it. I've been kind of in and out on the stream, but I have been like tapped in and listening, and I'm really loving to see what you guys have built, and I think you guys have a pretty big future when it comes to creator capital markets on Pump Fund, but like even in general, I think you guys have a really good vision here beyond just Pump Fund. But anything, just kind of closing thoughts here, anything you want to leave the people with, any final thoughts, anything you're excited about building right now?
Main thing is something that we touched on earlier. We're going to be kicking off the ICM buyback and burn flywheel for the Pyro token this week. So we're super excited about that, and we think our community will be too. And we're going to be launching this X402 integration that's going to make it 100 times easier for brands to sponsor streamers at scale. And we think that's going to be a huge inflection point for us. So those are the two things I think I'd want to communicate to anyone who's tracking us.
Nice. And where can they go for more information on your platform? Obviously, we see it here.
Yeah, we're super active on X. We have a community Telegram as well that's linked through our X where we'll answer anything. So should be super easy to stay in touch. At pyro.buzz is our handle.
Nice. Hey, appreciate you coming on, Alex.
Yeah. Hey, before you leave, Alex, I mean, everything we discussed today is something I obsess over about 24/7 in my life. I lay awake at night at 11 p.m. trying to figure out like, what is MCG worth? What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? How can we improve? How do we grow? All this kind of stuff. I mean, last week there were 2 days that we eclipsed like 10,000 live viewers, which was wild. And I just, I see it like we were ahead of like CoinDesk, Real Vision, all these like big corporate streaming things on X. And like I'm just kind of working it through in my head where we go with this. So, I don't know. It's been wild, but this like obviously crosses into our world. I don't know. Maybe do you have any advice for MCG? Like what you've kind of been watching us do our thing, but any advice for MCG?
Yeah, look, I think that you have the audience at this point. If you're saying 10,000 viewers at some of your streams, and I know that at least at the low end of your average, it's like more than 2,000 per stream at this point, and you're the only player in this space. So I would be curious, and we can talk outside of this as well, if that makes it easier. But I'd be curious sort of what kind of sponsorship deals that you're getting, and who's interested, because I think that. Look, if you ever want to work with Pyro, the door is open. We have an auction style marketplace, so we could probably find out, what a given episode of MCG is worth by letting people bid against each other. But my guess is that you guys are probably worth a lot because there's just not that much good content out there, and I don't think there's anything else in ICM like what you guys are doing.
Yeah,
high praise.
I tend to agree. And no, the sponsors have been great because that's why when I started this thing, I was like, man, like how do we ever make money? And then slowly it's kind of evolved where we do make a little bit of money. So we're good. But interesting. Cool, man. Well, I'll leave you there. I think live streaming is going to grow. I think 2026 will be a big year. It's still like, to me, is crossing the chasm a little bit. CCM is, and we haven't seen like the breakout streamer where it's like, oh yeah, this model is 100% locked. Like when you see the Speed have a token, I think it's locked, right? But until then, it's like, still getting there. But yeah, cool, man.
But no, appreciate you coming on, man. Definitely, we probably might want to talk outside of this too. Definitely want to get your advice since you kind of operate within this world, but appreciate your time today and looking forward to having you on again at some point again in the future.
Awesome. Sounds good, guys. Talk soon.
All right.
See you, Alex.
All right, Alex. Take care.
I think it's interesting. Pyro is this is something that pump fund tokens I think really do need. It does add some sort of holdership value to long-term viewers that actually believe in streamers. I think I don't know. It's a very interesting mechanism that Pyro has and that Alex has built here. And so I think for those tokens that had no intrinsic value, now having intrinsic value is a pretty big unlock.
Yeah, I think there's just been like a stigma around CCM, and it's just kind of created this. I don't know, like this. I think the overall view of it has been, hey, look, these tokens have no sustainable model. They're just like a meme coin that's loosely tied to the name or the likeness of a streamer, whatever you want to call it. But now through Pyro, it's kind of turning into something a little bit different. So I wonder how that plays out here in the future. I wonder how that plays out.
It's interesting too, because it's not like companies, right? It's totally on feel for some of these people. Obviously there's other outside factors that go into it, but like if I'm Joe Schmo and I wanted to start live streaming and I just kind of fell out of love with it, can you blame him for abandoning the stream and abandoning the token if he's not really interested in it? Like it's a difficult
sticky.
It's difficult to value.
Dicey.
Maybe like we got to just find a good like social contract that's in place that's going to start being the standard for these people. If you're going to launch a streaming token or a CCM token, here's what you're kind of expected to do, because right now there's really no expectations. If you just leave, you're an asshole. If you stream all day and you get no traction and then you're forced to stick with it, like that can kind of suck, right? So I don't know. We just need that social contract. Maybe it takes a few people doing it successfully to like establish that. But what do you guys think what do you guys think about, I don't know, the requirements? Because streaming is not like a business, right? If you can stream ultimately as long as you want, maybe it's going to be poor quality and stuff, but like some businesses, you can't just keep a business going. And if it fails, it fails. It is what it is. But streaming is a little more nuanced. Or not.
Yeah, I mean, you guys remember the guy that was running across the country like a mile a day, like running across the country or something?
Or Pump Fun?
Yeah, like when CCM was first taking off, there was this guy who was like running a mile a day, and
walking across America.
Oh, he's still doing it. Oh my gosh, there's no way he's still doing it. And there's another guy. He's on a he was on a treadmill, and basically it's like he was kind of overweight, and like he wanted to better his life, but he was streaming the process. So he's like started walking on the treadmill a mile a day or something, and then his mom joined in, and it was like created this beautiful story. But as the CCM meta died, it was almost like he was like, okay, like I kind of don't want to walk anymore. But because the traction wasn't there, I guess his token was in the millions. But as CCM died, like the traction around his stream kind of died too. So it's like, all right, well, do I keep walking on this treadmill, or
Does this
like,
guy
what do
have
I?
how many live viewers does this guy have? Does it say in the top left there?
He gets an average of 7. Right now, if I go back, I can see 12.
Yeah, I'm curious. What's his token? Does he have a CA there?
Yeah, so it's $60,000 market cap. I think what's interesting, and like that's probably the value. Like realistically, if I went to get up and start walking across America, and maybe I'm the first person to do it on stream, whatever, like I think that's maybe a fair value for anyone to be able to get up and start doing that, right? I mean, that's a better salary than most people make yearly, right? So I don't know, like,
Yeah.
should this token be at $1 million market cap? Like, there might be memetics that say so, but realistically, if you're getting 11 viewers, maybe your clips are doing well, but like, that seems like a pretty fair general value.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know.
just like, how do you value this stuff? It's
That part.
little wild, to be honest with you. It makes no sense. I
Well,
don't know.
and then, well, you can go and do the calculations, right? Let's say he is getting, I think Alex said some guys are getting $200 to $500 a week on sponsorships. Well, let's say he is getting $500 a week, and $250 of that is going
Pump
towards
fund Terry
buying
Fox.
back the token. Well, then you can calculate how many months or weeks would it take if it's just those buybacks to power this token, X percentage, and see if it's valuable.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's an interesting.
Top Fundler, you know how I know you're Canadian is because no one knows who Terry Fox is outside of Canada. Do you guys know who Terry Fox is?
Nope.
Not sure. What does he do?
So he was this guy who had one leg and he had lost his other leg to cancer, and he was running across Canada. And like, Canada is a massive country. It's like second to Russia in terms of size. And anyways, he died halfway, but he was a national
What the
hero.
freaking
Yeah.
heck?
Oh, wait. From cancer?
Well, yeah, I think his body just broke down and he died, but he dipped his
Oh.
leg in the Atlantic Ocean, and he was going to go run across Canada and dip it in the Pacific Ocean. But this was like in the 80s. So it's like, television was first coming out, but people would come out of these towns. He would run through a town and there would just be thousands of people running
That's
with them.
nuts.
It was wild, and he's known globally. It's a known thing.
Yeah. No. This guy's got the strap on him. Look at that.
I know. I was like, this guy's like, he's target shooting going across America.
Yeah, might as well. No, but Terry Fox, actually, now that you've told me that story, I definitely have heard that before. That's pretty sick.
You might have.
Yeah.
Do we want to? So we got guys coming on at 2, I think. Do we want to rip through like a bunch of different stuff, or?
Yeah. What did you guys go through? I mean, look at Orgo.
This will make Josh happy. So I.
Oh
I pulled it
yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Dude, Josh has been banging the
Look at
table on this.
Orgo banging the table from like 1 to 2 mil circulating,
Here we are.
Here we
Another
are, guys.
common
Mama, we made
MCG
it.
dub.
Yeah.
We got to go back. And start tracking some of
Who-
these.
Your homies on Orgo now, Chill.
Yeah,
Game?
literally.
Game?
Yeah,
Literally
let's
game.
Let's pull
Yeah,
that
let's
up.
pull the tweet up.
We need a clip for game on this.
All right.
Dread, if you're listening, make sure you clip this.
I'll
We'll
get
a
him his
clean
clip,
Orgo.
man. Game.
Let me see. I'm looking for the tweet. It was very recent.
Yeah, I got you. If I can find it here. Bop, bop, bop. He quoted Rambo. Yeah,
I
here
want to
we go.
say, I don't want to take credit for this, but he might have discovered Orgo through MCG because he does follow MCG.
You can take the credit, bro. Let's just be real.
You've been banging the table on this for a long time, bro.
Okay, well here's one of his tweets. Took a position in Orgo. After the update seemed quite clear to me that the market didn't notice or read through the updates. That's exactly what I said. Sam Altman connection was already there, and now there's an A16Z on it too. Good thread below about it. Yeah, and he quote tweeted this thread. Good to dive into. Yeah, so he's been bull posting Orgo a little bit. Rightfully so, bro. We got the A16Z. I forget the exact name of the fund, but invested
Scout
into
Fund.
Orco. A Scout
So how
Fund,
how Scout Fund works is they have I think 30 partners in it, and essentially they have a 200K budget, like I think per year, and they just go out and write up to 35K checks. So they're not massive checks financially, but I think what they are is to kind of feed in, that will feed into the other funds that they have. So really early due diligence and just basically like VC scouts get it. So clearly Spencer either, made a connection, or probably through Ben Pasternak, I believe, is connected through someone there, and they wrote a small check in to start the process.
Look at it. Think about it like this. This is like getting scouted as an athlete in high school, and
Exactly.
they go and give you a preferred walk-on to their college, right? You maybe don't have the full scholarship, right? You're not full ride scholarship, but hey, we got a PWO for you. You can come walk on, and we'll probably bring you on the team. I did have someone actually DM me, and guys, I try to get to my DMs. I get so many messages on Telegram and Twitter. It's just ridiculous. But someone did message me, said, "Hey, consider creating a newsletter for MCG." Crypto Jose Moreno said that to me. So I don't know.
In
You
the
know
works,
what?
guys. Stuff like that is in the works.
Chat, let us know something. We're probably gonna put this on a post. I want to get you guys' thoughts on this, chat. Thoughts on a Telegram group and now a newsletter. Like, obviously there's a ton of we do a ton of trading on this show. More to come from me and Dom on that at some point. But like, we do a lot of trading on this show where we hunt alpha when MCG index. I mean, look, there's a ton of ways that we can deliver value. Our stream is one of them. I do see a newsletter providing value to an audience that's like more trencher centric, like an audience that understands the market, wants to kind of keep up with it, and we kind of help them do that. I see value there. But then there's Telegram groups as well, like just a free public Telegram group, like nothing paid or anything like that. Like, just this is a freaking group for people to come together and research projects, right? Like, better to have many eyes on a market than just ours. But
here's the thing about doing a what's it called? Here's the thing about doing a newsletter. It takes a lot of time, and you need to basically remember everything you talked about throughout the week. I think it'd be a great idea to have a weekly newsletter, just going over at the end of the week everything we covered, the highlights, key moments, what people should be paying attention to. Maybe there's an index attached to that top fumbler, like you mentioned, when MCG index. So maybe we attach an index to that with tokens we talked about, what we're up on, what's down, etc. But I do think, there's a lot. I think Josh has said it before. It's like we're focused on getting 1% better every day. And by the end of the year, we'll have 3x or more our MCG quality and what we offer. So that's the goal. We would ultimately love that, but it's either going to be us writing up a newsletter at the end of the week, which takes a long time, or paying someone. So,
we'll find that. We'll figure it out.
We're already stretched pretty thin, but
we got 23 minutes. I want to use this time wisely. So,
so you guys want to start top down?
Yeah, we did a macro, but maybe you can give us your macro thoughts. Yeah, we had spots. He was feeling sick today, so he had to do a last minute cancellation.
Gotcha. Well, let's do this. Abe, as a holder of Believe, what is there to get excited about?
Let's start there.
I
think there's a tweet we want to maybe pull on.
Yes. I'll pull up a tweet real quick. I want to share this with you guys and just kind of get your thoughts. There was. I sent it. I'm sorry. Let me go here because I sent it here. All right, perfect. Here we go. All right, so I wanted to show you guys this tweet here, and I want to get your thoughts. LB, formerly known as the launch coin guy, down 1 mil on Believe, have written the position off to 0, but wouldn't put it past Ben and team to add some product feature that makes Believe V2 go viral. In terms of them moving on it, it's pretty clear to me that they're not going to quit. Ben could have done so after clout, but stuck around. Let's see what the next few weeks bring. Look, LB has been the most tapped in, outside of MCG, Dom, myself and like a few others, like I'd still say like LB has been like the most like tapped in. Like he made a very big bet on and he made that publicly clear that he made a big bet on Believe. So what do you have to be excited about? Well, the guy that had a significant position and had a ton of conviction in Believe, he literally says, let's see what the next few weeks bring. He doesn't know. Nobody knows, what the future is. So simple answer to your question, Ave. What do you have to be excited about? I don't know.
All that to say,
I
nothing.
don't, tough. But yeah,
Yeah, chart is down bad.
I mean, we can pull that up.
Yeah, pull that real quick because it's
oh
like,
geez, we're pulling up the chart on him. Oof.
That chart is
yes.
up. It's just, guys.
Sorry, LB.
I mean, look, but you don't go around saying communication is going to greatly improve here and everything's about to be different very soon, guys. And after this live goes live, and then you literally just go silent. You literally go silent. You don't release a podcast you talk about. It's like you don't even do the bare minimum. It's like, frankly, if Pasternak was looking to invest in a company, he wouldn't invest in Believe as an outsider, realistically, bro. Like, because I do just continues to say things they're going to do and does not do it, which is like very indicative of how you operate a company. But
what does that say, Chill? Read it out loud for us.
89%, down 90% since Believe
since
launched.
migration. No, since migration.
Since migration. Yeah.
And it was down pretty bad on LaunchCoin pre.
Oh man, that's
bro,
like,
I don't even know. We have so many takes and clips on this situation that I don't know if we can add additional commentary to it. And I don't want to just like get hung up on this token right now, but yeah, guys, I don't know. I mean, you're taking a stab at you're taking a stab here. It's cheap. It's cheap.
18 mil.
That's all you can say. It's really, really cheap. There's no revenues right now. I mean, all of the projects have migrated away. I think they've just washed their hands of, whoever wants to go, just go, and we're going to start fresh. Yeah. No graduations.
They're nothing. They're nothing right now.
Yeah. I mean, after, dealing with the SOAR launch last week, like I think a little retro on SOAR is, the energy around SOAR is huge. I mean, we had 10,000 people on our stream watching that. Like that was a wild experience. I like the kind of low percentage circulating. I actually think that's like a really good, from a trading perspective, that makes a lot of sense. I'm not sold on high FDV, like, bonding curve launches anymore. I think there's too much extraction that happens in the first, call it hours of the token being live, that the rest of it's just distribution. But I don't know, guys. Like, how we think let's contrast this to SOAR a little bit. Like, how do we feel last week went?
Oh, I think it went fantastic. I think there needs to be some ironing out, and I do have the CPT chart up as well.
Yeah. I mean, the trading experience with our fills were not good.
Guys, and we said that to Tom live. Is like,
yeah,
I was literally at like 0.14, and I'll pull up the price.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Price. I'm gonna change this to the price chart. But yeah, dude, I was filling my orders on app basically at Pico bottom. I think I would say it would have been. One sec. Bear with me. It would have been like this first dip here. So like 0.11, 0.14. Man, my fills, I swear, God, I'm probably
10 mil.
I'm up on this, diluted. But like, dude, wow, the fills are rough.
I would love to see them come out with like on the SOAR platform, like an average fill feature, just a little few more bells and whistles to the trading experience. Even like the buy sell button is kind of like faded out. Like, I didn't really like know exactly where to buy at first. I'm like, how do I buy this? How do I buy this?
Yeah. I like the quick click, like you could buy 500 or 250 or 1,000. Like those denominations were really helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. I think is 1,000 the max though, because I had to spam 1,000. I was like, I would have liked to I guess so.
I tried to
Ultimately,
do 1,000. It said like
Yeah.
I think it something about slippage or something like that. I couldn't. I
oh,
had to do like
Yeah.
500 at a time.
okay. So maybe that's what it is. Because again, this is it. It denotes on the chart like it's high, high market cap, but realistically, it's only 6% floating, 6% float. So it's like slamming anything more than 1,000, you start getting into that slippage territory where it's probably not optimal to do so. But yeah, obviously there's some like platform stuff that can be fixed, but ultimately let's not even focus on the platform because that stuff is stuff that's going to happen over time. It's going to get ironed out. How do we feel about the launch and then like what they're offering? I think there's a big appetite.
Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. So this is I'm Tom Curry, founder. Look at this. Tweets, more tweets, good thesis, tweets, more like this guy, like Tom is actually number one communicating. So like literally that in and of itself, and even if you look, it's more so in the replies. He's active. And again, like there's a bound. Oh, G Soar, bro. But obviously like he's active on the timeline, like answering questions. He's like, I have a suggestion. I'm all ears. Like he's taking feedback in. Like Tom is doing a really good job. He's doing
And
a
what
really
people
good
don't
job.
realize is this builds community and evangelists, right? Yes, it might seem like, well, dang, Tom's spending 5 minutes responding to some random guy on Twitter who's got 52 followers. But it's like the thing about it is you build this core community of people that actually believe in you. You talk to them, you give them your time, you give them your attention. These guys start posting about it. They build conviction in the platform. And then that trickles down into other accounts that learn about SOAR, post about SOAR. And then you got people like Game posting about, or I guess Game wasn't posting about SOAR, but then you got people like, if you scroll down, he was retweeting someone earlier, but
Yeah.
Again, you have these bigger accounts talking about SOAR, talking about stuff they launch. And it's all because of this evangelism and work you do for the community for people that really maybe shouldn't even deserve your attention. But he does that anyway, which I think is big in starting off, right? Obviously, when he gets to be a certain size, it's going to be unsustainable to do. But like right now, I love that for Tom.
Yeah. I mean,
I like the tailored launches too. Sorry, Chill. I like the curated launches, and I like that they're not doing them all the time. It's like, let it cook for a while. This is the one thing on our platform that everyone should have attention to. And it kind of, concentrates activity on it. So I thought that was a nice approach.
yeah, I think there's still like they did a lot of things right. I think there's still, room for improvement. Like obviously it's their first launch. Even Tom was saying live, like, wow, like he learned a lot from this and there's a lot that he's going to implement. So I'm just glad that they're iterating quickly and like Top Fumbler said, like they're taking in feedback and implementing changes pretty quick.
I think Tom's receptive, though. I see a lot of people on the timeline again, just like questioning Patrick. Guys, we had Patrick live on the call. You saw his face. You heard him talking about
that.
It's like, but again, you're going and bidding a shit coin. Like you're an idiot.
Yeah,
At the end of the day.
like there are literally thousands of launches every day in crypto that are
And you
happening.
pick the most
and you pick the guy
validated
who
one
ran a
out there.
NASDAQ listed company up to $9 billion and FUD that. And I get it. There's a lot of unknowns here, and we too put our own capital to work on this one. And credit to Tom. Like we had no clue who was launching until they literally joined our stream. All of a sudden, these two guys are on stage. And I'm DMing Tom, like, Tom, are you joining? Like, are we good to go? And then boom, adding them to stage. All right, let's talk about it. We asked explicitly, what are your revenues? Do you have open contracts? Does the manufacturer pay for your IP, or are you selling it direct to consumer? Like we ask these business things to the founders live for everyone. Our live DD was the same DD anyone else would do. Now contrast that to old launches. The old
probably
way,
much better. Let's be honest.
When Viva launched, people didn't even know if it was legit. People didn't know if the company was legit. When Orgo first launched on Believe, no one knew, like, oh, is this like Ben's friend, or like, does the product exist or not? Like there was so much unknown. They launched, they came on stream, and they talked about their business straight up as it was launching. I think the model was great.
I think the model was awesome.
Yeah, sorry.
There was people like coming out saying like, oh my God, like who's this guy Patrick? Like, I can't find anything on him. I'm like, bro, literally
Google.
The most
one Google
successful
search,
Like, bro, do I
family
need to
office in
Google it
Hong
for
Kong,
you?
like
Like-
literally, and we had him live on our stream.
Yeah.
And if you go to his LinkedIn, like he's like, yeah, I won't show LinkedIn. But yeah, like I forgot I was logged in on LinkedIn. Anywho, he's like on LinkedIn, like he's obviously like super public. And
Yeah.
man, again, for me, just it goes back to those things like, man, you guys, and we question everything on the show. We want you to
Yeah,
question everything. The creation of the show was to do deep due diligence and disprove the scams and
Yep.
let founders come on. If they couldn't handle the pressure, they're out of here. Their token does terrible. If they
Trust me.
could, they get some attention. So like, yeah, we want to do deep DD, but it's like the fact that you guys are bidding meme coins every day and tokens with no value and then pushing back against the most valid and strongest teams that we've seen launch in a while is just it's mind-blowing to me.
And remember, just because a business launches a token doesn't change the business realities. VC at best is 2 out of 10 in terms of their success hit rate. Like 8 out of 10 of those companies at VCs who are paid to invest, maybe not 8 out of 10, but like 6 out of 10 probably go to zero. But 2 out of those 10 probably have a decent outcome, and then 2 out of 10 are kind of maybe home runs. So that's like the business realities. I don't think launching a token changes any of that. So those still primarily play. Like, is beaming energy to drones to keep them in the air forever? Like, is that a thing? Like, I know people have been working on this technology. We don't know. We're gonna find out, but the market will price that as we go.
And look, I'm gonna share my sore take. I'm gonna share a part of my sore take anyway. I think they're creating tokens that like VCs and larger players actually want to buy. I mean, we've seen MetaDAO, right? How it's attracted the likes of Paradigm and Six Man Ventures.
Dude, look, Patrick could go and raise from any VC he wanted to right now. Frankly.
100%. But what happens when VCs, like, he could have easily raised from them, but he's like, hey, look, if you wanna like buy into this early, buy the token, get exposure to the value of the company. Like, is that
like everyone else?
Yeah, just like everyone else. So it's like this is unlocking early stage startup exposure in a way that's never been done before. We've seen like the appetite for these types of tokens in the way that like Paradigm invested in and Six Man Ventures invested in MetaDAO. But I want to see what type of capital does SOAR attract for their projects. And is it just like CT like bidding this stuff up, or does it like evolve into, yeah, we see it when it launches, but if these founders can get like VCs or larger firms on board, then we could see like net new liquidity come into the space.
But then what we need to see for that? We need to see that Patrick and team and companies that launch on SOAR treat Twitter like they would treat VCs. If they're trying to attract VCs or trying to attract that VC capital, get that sort of reputation, they need to post on Twitter pitch decks, deep information, TAMs, everything you would show a VC. You need to basically present up to Twitter. It's got to be one and the same.
That's a really good point, actually.
This Pistius, let's not forget that Pasternak also was pretty successful, as Patrick's saying, and we need to see how that's going. Look, that's exactly our point. Is past performance or not indicative? No, future performance is not indicative of past performance. I don't know, something like that is. I forget the saying.
Past performance isn't indicative of future success. Is that what you're
saying?
Something like that.
Future results. Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah. So like, yes, could Patrick not even have a company and raise money? Probably, based on his background, right? He ran Fubo to $9 billion. So like it just is what it is. But
I will also say, like, there's some core differences between Patrick and Pasternak, right?
Yeah.
Pasternak's a young kid who sold a couple. He's a VC baby, sold a couple of companies, exited really well, but he's still got that ego. It seems like Patrick is a whole different type of businessman, right? And there are differences to it, so you can't compare it. Like,
and I will say that Patrick almost, when he got on, he was like, "Look, I'm not doing this for the money. Like, I really believe in giving, just your average Joe, like, early access to these types of opportunities. He's more so doing it from that standpoint, not just from like a, needing to raise capital. So yeah, I'm interested to see where this goes. Look, we know that, Pasternak did what he did despite his Web 2 background, but you don't get food. Like, I don't know, how is Ben's like, recent stuff doing now versus, I don't know. Like,
I will say though, Penn was super successful. Like Monkey was incredibly successful. His chicken, I've never heard of the vegan chicken brand he ended up making, but I'm sure that was successful as well. I know that's successful, but Monkey was massive product, massive. I mean, I used to use it as a kid, right? But yeah, look, Patrick even put out this tweet. Out of all the ventures I've undertaken, Impulsor Tech is the most ambitious. Fundamentally, we are changing how people access energy and interact with the world. And I doubt there's anyone better than our team to execute this. And I think that's what I want people to understand. We will take CPT mainstream, have conviction.
There was a tweet. I don't know if you remember the tweet, Dom, but it was like people were saying, people are fudding CPT basically. Oh, we don't know all the information, all this, et cetera, et cetera. But it's like, we give you startups early, but people want them to be, already generating revenue, not have raised or anything from VCs. They want them like, already, highest quality in terms of company, but they don't, and they still want a 2 mil valuation or a sub 1 mil valuation.
Read those metrics there, Dom.
Yeah, and by the way, they just updated their website, guys. So we'll go through some of this live. And guys, do you know what time we have Dreams coming on?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay. Have they responded to our messages? I don't know. Whatever.
You either show up on time or you don't. I don't.
Okay.
Don't,
Yeah, but here's the new website. Impulsor is moving quickly to deploy contactless power transfer technologies dedicated to democratizing access to power and elevating frontier technologies. They have 6+ active operations, HQ in the USA with active operations across the globe, 12+ industry-leading advisors across a range of disciplines. And I do think they should highlight their team a bit more. They have an insanely good team. Like, they need to highlight that. Efficiency, improving efficiency and energy transfer 92%. And then products. This is what you guys want to focus on right here, because this is going to be narrative building, right? Ultimately, when you're investing in CPT, what are you looking for? You're looking for product and the ability to sell a narrative. Can you sell this idea to the next person higher than you bought it for? And I think if they lean into the drone narrative, they lean into the robotics narrative, they lean into the TAM of this market that they're addressing, they lean into their team, I think you can convince a lot of people to buy what you're selling to them a lot higher.
Charging an electric car without plugging it in. Like, if you ask me in 10 years from now, will cables be a thing for energy transfer? I'll probably tell you that no, we will figure out wireless charging of remote devices. And one of the key use cases he talked about was electric car charging. You drive it into your driveway, you drive it into your garage, you get out of the car, and you never have to charge it again because it auto charges when you're sitting in that area. Something like that is incredible, right? Like, keeping a drone aloft, that's wild, right? If they can demonstrate that with a real drone aloft, I think this thing reprices to like $100 million. Like, that is a fundamental technology.
Well,
but even, and that's not financial advice, but even charging a car in your driveway, I think this without plugging in is wild.
This feels like an Avicii type of slow cook to me personally. But yeah, look at this demo. Yeah, this is a massive drone getting charged through an again, like, it's a narrative, bro. Like, this narrative is so easy to sell, in my opinion. And
do they have any place on their website where they talk about the team? Or
yes, they do. I briefly looked at it before stream, but here we go. So you got Patrick saying Roman Park, Tim Raymond.
Look into Roman Park, bro.
Roman's a beast, bro.
The thing is, Roman, like, he had audio issues on our stream, so we didn't get we didn't get to interview him as deeply as we usually would, because it was just like the whole time he had audio issues. But I wanna get a sense of his background to figure out like the just the tech side of it. I mean, we saw the demonstration, we know the tech works and everything like that, but I want to get a better sense of his background, what's led into this. But yeah, I mean,
yeah,
look, this is I agree with you. I think it's a slow cook. I think it's an Avicii style type of play, but I think you have to think through what are the catalysts for something like really any SOAR token, not just CPT, but what's the catalyst, right? Because really the long-term catalyst is an IPO or a liquidity event in some case, but that could take years, right? So like I'm trying to figure out what are some short-term catalysts that can kind of like drive this story forward.
Well, that's why I think of Avicii. I think it's like just showing growth, showing the numbers, showing contracts. I think if Impulsor leans into the statistical side, you have a couple types of founders, right? You have Ram from Avicii, who maps out all the statistics. He basically says, "This is what I'm working on. This is what we need. This is what we want to improve." And then you have people like Kled, who it's like, or Avi, who it's like, "Man, here's what I'm doing. I'm in San Francisco, talking to A16Z, just fast pace, hard, like very difficult to put a ceiling on Kled." I think Impulsor leans towards the Avicii side, where it's like drop numbers, drop statistics, talk about the TAM of the markets, talk about your, size of operation, your team, talk about who's on the team. I think like that's where Impulsor should lean into and where they're going to do well. But
yeah, did you guys see the new launch on SOAR?
Yeah, I read into it a little bit.
What did you think about it?
I think it's nothing right now.
Yeah. I checked out the platform. Like, yeah. I checked it out. It was a nice platform, but I was trying to figure out like more like value accrual, kind of value capture, like what that looks like.
But I think it's just more of an idea right now is the way I'm reading it. He's actually in my DMs. I have to message him back and do some more research, but little info.
Got you. Did we hear from the Dreams team?
Yeah, I think they're actually in.
I think we have Loaf
waiting room.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's pivot to that.
2 p.m.
Yeah, do they have a chart? They have a token, right?
Yes, they do. I will
yes,
absolutely.
Yes, they do. It's
got a beginning of every segment. You got to throw it up.
This is probably one of the best performing.
But this thing looks absolutely massive. So again, like going through kind of similar style as we've seen most ICM stuff, kind of going through this period of a lull, and then now picking up with the recent narrative. Like if we kind of zoom in a little bit, you kind of see exactly how this has been playing out over the last couple of days. I mean, let's see how far this has gone up from the 10th. That's a 10x right there off the bottom for Dreams.
This seems like a very technical project. I'll be
yes,
interested
it is.
to dig into. Have you done some research on it, Jill?
A little bit, not much to hold weight here. All I do know is just with the X402 narrative, like they have the most like transactions outside of Coinbase, and so I think that's kind of been a key selling point as far as people like looking for a reason to bid the chart. So that's kind of been driving it a lot. And then you also have this as well, kind of some insight here from AIXBT. Dreams is deep in the X402 narrative. Alpha is its infrastructure for AI agents executing on-chain, not just another agent token. Crossmint partnership, multi-chain, actual utility with 5 agents live and scaling. X402 ecosystem has 40 mil backing from Coinbase, CloudShare, Circle. No X402 token over 50 mil market cap yet. So runway exists if narrative holds. This is a high conviction play. So some kind of insight there from AIXBT, but definitely would love to ask a lot of these questions, kind of feel out the team here and get the details. Loaf, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. How are you?
Oh, hey guys, how you doing? Can you hear me? Real good?
You sound great.
I can hear you perfectly.
Nice. GM.
Well, welcome.
Yeah, good to be here, guys. It's just early morning here, so I went for a walk to get out of the house because of got young kids. So I'm
What time is it for you?
6 a.m.
6 a.m. Nice. Bright and early. Is it you had to get up because of this call, I'm assuming?
No. This is a sleep in for me.
Oh, there
Oh,
we go.
geez, a binder. We love
Hey,
it.
I know I got 2 young kids, so I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, just what's sleep? Who needs it anyway?
That's right. Chill was saying earlier, you can sleep when you die.
Literally.
Yeah, you definitely start to get grey as soon as you have children. It ages you fast. But no, I'm good, guys. Good to be here. Good to chat about
Yeah.
all of these
Yeah.
topics.
Absolutely. We look forward to it as well. Like AI agents is a favorite of mine. Just going back to last year's AI agent craze on Solana, and it kind of seen it come back a little bit here with X402. It's been really exciting to watch. And I mean, you guys have been getting a ton of attention here, and rightfully so. But before we get too deep into your project, I kind of want to talk a little bit about your background, what's led you to
Sure.
building this, and just kind of start there.
Yeah, sure. So I've been a long time kind of crypto kind of investor and player and builder all the way back since like 2014, 2015. I've in the past I've built companies in the kind of consumer space, and then in about 21, well actually about 2020, I started building full time again in crypto, and I spend a lot of my time back then kind of building around DeFi for a couple of years, and then in 2020. When loot happened, everyone remembers the loot NFT. I think it was August 21. And anyway, the loot NFT was basically like this kind of generative on-chain adventure bag, and that kind of inspired me to really push down the direction of building fully on-chain games, which then led me down the path of building on Arbitrum, then led me down a path of building on Starknet, and then kind of that's so I spent a lot of time building on-chain gaming infrastructure and games and
What
everything
did you
around
build
that.
on Arbitrum? Because I was there during those days.
Oh, really?
Curious.
Well, I was trying to actually. It was all around fully on-chain games, and when I say fully on-chain game, I mean like the game is entirely on-chain, so like all the logic and all the state, and so like everything is on the chain, and that's quite a technical challenge, and the game that they tried to design on Arbitrum, just the EVM kind of just didn't work. The infrastructure wasn't good enough, and the EVM is just it's not a heavy computation type of bit of technology. So like you're quite limited in the scope that you can do. So that led me down a path of pushing on like Starknet, because Starknet is kind of has its own virtual machine that allows like a lot larger computation. That's like verifiable because of all the ZK technology. And so that's kind of where I spent a lot of my time in the last 3 years, building on-chain games. And so
Loth,
that's a
can
lot
I
of fun.
ask real quick how the experience
Yeah.
building on Solana compares to something like Starknet or Arbitrum?
Yeah, sure. So I've built across EVM, Solana, and Kara now, Starknet, and I think they all have their own different flavors. They all have their own they all have their own quirks and benefits. I think the EVM is incredibly good because it's incredibly simple. It's quick to get going. It's basically JavaScript, and but you're quite limited in its scope. I think Starknet is it's like very wide in scope. It's a little bit harder to get going, but it's actually going a lot easier now. But you can do a lot more, and the way the market's going. I think it's the kind of like the scope of what you can do with it is opening up even more. And then Solana is like, I'd say Solana is probably the hardest and like the most restrictive of what you can do. Just because of the way like it's designed, it's really optimized for like a very subset of type of programs. So like it's incredibly hard to do on-chain gaming. It's incredibly hard to do like a lot of kind of like really quirky, weird new things, because it's been very optimized for like a certain set of contracts, like EOS like tokens and whatnot, which you can kind of see with the reflection of what's built on it, and it's been incredibly fast at doing that. So they all have their own subset of kind of like quirks. So I mean, I wouldn't say I have any specific like. I mean, I'll come to this topic in a second because I think it's actually interesting and ties into kind of what we're about to talk about. And this goes into like, why I started building, Daydreams. And, if you wind back the clock, I mean, I've been building agents for like multiple years, like ever since GPT-3 came out, which was like into 22. I've been trying to build agents, and it wasn't really up until halfway through last year that like the kind of the language models were good enough, the infrastructure around them, like the understanding of how to build them, and like their context size was big enough for them to even make sense to be able to be done at any level of like usefulness. So so that kind of led me down a path of, I was actually one of the biggest open source contributors to the original ELIZA framework. You can go and have a look at the GitHub. So that was one of my initial contributions to the space. And then I went down a path of pushing on. This was like the origin of the Daydreams. Was like, how do I build a agent system that can play on-chain games for like a long period of time? And this is like one of the biggest challenges with agents right now, is like they're very good at like doing like small things, like I don't know, you want to go take a tweet, you want to ingest it, you want to add some, you want to run it through some other data and then retweet it. Like it's very good at these like basic agentic flows, but like trying to get an agent to kind of play a hardcore like game like Civilization for like an hour or 2 hours or a week is actually an incredibly difficult task, because there's all these like little nuances around like how do you manage its memory efficiently so it doesn't do stupid stuff, or like how do you get it to plan a week ahead in its like memory. And so these are all these like little quirks and hard problems to solve. But the reason why that's interesting is that like when we can solve this, and this is kind of like the frontier of agent design still, and then you can just like let your agent kind of like run free for a week and be like, I want you to just like in natural language terms to be like, I want you to go and try and, arbitrage, ETH across all these different chains, but then look for other opportunities, and you just kind of let it go. And like, that's still not really that possible to do. Like you can do it. And like, there's a lot of great teams like Giza, who are like, are focused on, like a subset of just like managing yield, and then they've heavily optimized AI to do that, and they're incredibly good at it. But like doing it at a scope of like just like letting it run free, it's still very hard, and like it's still kind of the frontier. So that was still like I'm still trying, and so that was kind of like the origins of Daydreams. And then we kind of evolved into like focusing on like, well, X402 has emerged, and this is back in like July. Actually a bit earlier, and so yeah, it was probably like what was it, April? And so X402 happened, and we were like, well, we want to try and kind of like make the agent framework more modular and allow it to like just incorporate these like new like open agentic standards. And so that kind of pushed us into being like, okay, well, let's incorporate X402 into the architecture. And so the fast forward 6 months, like our core focus has been like, well, let's build these tooling and help people build these X402 enabled agents and 8004 type agents in like a modular package that allows you to like bring your own agent framework and bring your own whatever other tooling you want to do, and you can kind of wrap it up into these easy to use tools and use their infrastructure to run them. So so that's kind of like the origins right now. But what's interesting about like X402 and the chains and the comments that you just made, and we should probably just go into this right now, because I think it's really the most interesting thing about this entire kind of paradigm is that I honestly don't think like people in this space and just generally crypto are thinking big enough about how big an opportunity X402 is just in the broader market of like the entire economy. And this is for a few reasons. I think like X402 isn't just like some crypto native agent to agent kind of payment system. It's like a fundamentally new payment system that can basically touch every part of the economy, from like regular merchants down the street that you buy coffee from or regular e-commerce merchants, or or AA agents, or just like literally anytime you need to spend like any small sums of money, which is like most of the economy,
Can you
X402 could
break
be
down
enabled.
why?
Yeah, sure. So X402 is like elegantly simple. It's all the internet and like everything we do daily right now is run on run on the internet. And whenever like you hit a web page or you send a message, all of this information is sent over HTTP, which is like this protocol that machines communicate over when they're dealing with the internet. And HTTP has been around for 35 years, or yeah, I mean since like 1993, early 90s. And X402 basically just like allows you to send payments through HTTP. And so in a nutshell, you as a buyer can like sign a message. So like like how you sign something in MetaMask or whatever. You're not making a transaction, by the way. Like you're just signing a message, and that signed message then goes to the seller, and the seller verifies that you actually have that amount of like stablecoin or token in your wallet, which you can do quickly. And then it sends that signed message to a thing called a facilitator, who then settles that payment. And this whole process like costs like practically nothing. Like I mean, it costs the transaction on Base right now. I mean, it costs like a fraction of a cent to do that. And that's like a crazy new paradigm, because if you like extrapolate that out, it means that we can like create all these new industries around like micropayments to begin with. Like say you want to sell a resource for 10 cents, maybe you want to sell like a like a market analysis for 10 cents or something, or you want to sell like a deeper macro analysis for $1, or you want to sell like a trading signal for a cent or even sub-cent. Like you can do that now, and you can make valuable businesses from that. And that's where like the huge like initial opportunity lies. But like if you zoom out a little bit, this type of payment system could it be applied to like just your regular merchant down the street? Because you take your regular merchant down the street, he probably does like $5 coffees, or to like $20 food orders, or $50 food orders, or something small like that. And right now they're going to the bank, and they have a deal with the bank, and they're probably paying 1.5% or 3% or something on their total revenue, right? So like they make $1 million a year in revenue. They're paying like 30 grand of that just to the bank in fees, which is insane. And then you take the like actual net profit they get from that, which might be like 100,000. So they're paying basically 30% of their entire net profit to the bank for fees. And this is like this is what actually originally got me into crypto back in the early days, from reading like the Ethereum white paper. Was like this kind of like promise of micropayments, where like you can send these micro amounts, and you can for very cheap, and it's peer to peer. There's no like middleman, and that's like a really appealing prospect. And so with X402, we can kind of do that now. And it doesn't really care about what chain you're on. It's not a new smart contract. It's basically just sending like stable coins or tokens over HTTP. And so I think as we scale, X402 isn't going to be confined to just Base or Coinbase, or Base or Solana or Starknet. Like we're going to need the entire bandwidth of like L2s, Solana, probably like that Arc and Tempo, they're going to go on board soon. And like, if you take that aggregate of like those amount of like TPS, like we could literally service the entire world's economy with X402. And in any market, whenever there's a cheaper option that's faster and better, like it'll get used. And that's exactly what X402 stands right now. It's got like
I gotta ask, I gotta get in here, because you're talking about really incredible stuff here. And actually we had Pay AI on like 3 weeks ago, before they had their massive run to like 80 million, and we talked about this, and I was kind of mind blown then. I was like, oh my gosh, this could fundamentally change commerce on the internet. And I want to get your take on this. So there is a lot of unused, let's say, block space out there. And kind of what you're saying here is that we could fill the world with commerce by using this technology with the existing kind of like slack that's in the crypto payment area. Is that like, did I get that right? Or can you?
Yeah, I mean, we can use the Slack, but it won't really become like I think Visa and MasterCard do about 15,000 TPS at the moment globally. So, that's totally doable with the current L2s and Solanas to hit that. I mean, we'll be maxing out stuff, but like it's possible. And so, yeah, I mean, we can and it's going to happen rapidly over the next 5 years. Like a new payment systems, when they can come out and they're cheaper, like everyone's going to adopt them, and someone's going to come out with a hardware product or like a kind of a merchant seller product that like easily kind of just like slots into merchants and they don't have to do anything. They're like, oh great, I'm not spending 3% now, I'm spending 0.01%.
Right.
And like every merchant will do it because like why not?
So walk me through a payment. Let's do an example payment so people understand exactly how this works.
Sure.
So walk me through end-to-end a payment and then how it interacts with the blockchain and stablecoins.
Yeah. So you have say I'm a merchant, so I'm selling something, and you're a buyer. Me as a seller, I on my server. So I basically include a few lines of code. This is how simple it is to do. Actually, I include a few lines of code, and I basically create this like paywall in front of my like service or product. And it's like, you can hit the service for 10 cents, and then you as a buyer, you can like call my web server, and you can see, okay, that service, that low soft bring is 10 cents. Am I willing to pay that? If you're willing to pay that, then you can sign a message with MetaMask or any crypto wallet, and you can send that 10 cents to me. And then I unlock that content, and then I send the content to you. And then that payment request gets settled by a thing called a facilitator. And so it's honestly as simple as that. It's just a buyer and a seller and a facilitator. And you can sell whatever you want. Yeah.
Cool. I'm looking at this website here. It's a little bit daunting. There's a lot going on. Could you maybe just walk me through kind of what I'm looking at and maybe your offerings here? Daydreams, Dream Router, Lucid, Xgate, just like what is this?
Yeah. So yeah, we're building a lot of things. And so, our thesis is like, agentic commerce is going to be, bigger than basically anybody thinks right now. And sorry, just to clarify, like everything I just talked about, like regular like merchants, that's like the existing part of the economy. And then we're talking about like, if we're talking about agentic commerce, that's like this whole like a new emergent kind of economy that's about to happen, where like it's like all these like net new kind of transactions, because it's basically agent to agent stuff. And our thesis is like, so I don't know if you guys know, but like the weekly active users of crypto is about 40 to 50 million, which isn't that much to think about. And the weekly active users of ChatGPT and Claude is about 900 million right now, which is insane.
Wow.
And that's going to be like multiple billion in a couple of years, probably, at the rate it's going. Like half the world will be on using chat apps and using natural language interfaces in a couple of years. Like that's like the crazy scope that we're dealing with. And so our thesis is like, well, how do we help entrepreneurs and builders and consumers like build these resources, which are exported to endpoints or agents, and then how do we help people consume these resources through ChatGPT or Claude? And so all of our product offering is like, we've got the Daydreams agent framework, which is a kind of a generative agent framework for building kind of complex agents. Then we've got Lucid, which is a consumer product that allows kind of a consumer builder product that allows you to kind of orchestrate and manage your agents so you can see their profit and loss as they're selling their resources. And then we've got the router, which is an inference provider via X402. So you can buy LLMs, images, videos, and any other kind of digital inference service. And then we've got Xgate, which is our like agentic search engine, which allows you to search for resources like any of these X402 resources quickly and efficiently. And so it all wraps up into this product suite, helping builders and consumers to kind of build the resources and consume the resources.
Can I get your take here on, I mean, you shared a bit of your thesis there, but just the direction we're headed in general for AI, and then how these agents are going to be interacting with each other and paying each other. What's your broader, more maybe dystopian view on where we're headed?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't even say it's dystopian. I'd say you can see it right now. I'd say it's actually just there's flickers of it right now. And as I said, like there's 900 million people that use ChatGPT. Humans' behavior has entirely changed in the last 2 years. Most people that use the internet behavior, like not everyone, but like most people, entire behavior has changed because we don't click around interfaces anymore. We just talk to chat interfaces, and that's like there's a whole new paradigm. And so like you kind of you extrapolate where that's going, and like that's pretty clear where that's going. Like I don't think anyone can deny that. And then you think, well, how are these little agents like your ChatGPT or your Claude going to kind of consume like web services? So like how they're going to consume your Gmail or your Google Docs or whatever. And right now they kind of consume them already through ChatGPT and Claude. But those are like walled garden products. And so where it's going is, ChatGPT and Claude, they're going to build in stablecoin wallets into their application natively. So as soon as that happens, we have 900 million people that are instantly on chain. And so then as soon as you have those 900 million people on chain, well, they're going to have a stablecoin wallet. And those stablecoin wallets are then going to be able to call X402 resources. So suddenly, if that happens, which is going to happen, I don't think that's a matter of if, that's a matter of when. Well, then suddenly you have 900 million people, which is like, 20x the current, crypto weekly active users that can call your X402 resource with a stablecoin. So the opportunity here is like ridiculously massive for builders and just like everyone right now. So that's kind of my view of like how this is going to play out in the next 2 years. Is like the X402 ecosystem is going to evolve, and we're going to build a bunch of these resources. It's going to be a lot of fun, and then ChatGPT and Claude and these other majorly popular ones are going to turn on these stablecoin wallets, and then bang, you suddenly have hundreds of millions of people that are willing to interact with these X402 resources, and you unlock this entire like new GDP on the world.
So
that's crazy.
I guess the question that I had is where's the value accrual here? Obviously we have a ton of traders in crypto. That's what we do, right? Where does the value accrue to? Like, is it the protocols like yours, or where's the opportunity there?
Yeah, so good question. So I think that, my my unpopular take is that like we don't need 100 million tokens for every single agent that launches. I think that like what this unlocks is that it allows like anyone anywhere in the world to like even vibe code one of these X402 resources. So from like a builder point of view, you have an opportunity now to like build some of the best, like in analogous terms, like you have the opportunity to build like like some of the very first apps in the App Store. That's kind of the equivalent of what these X402 resources are. And like you can own some of that space in the world. And you can probably do incredibly well from that. And so the opportunity is there's a huge opportunity in builders building these resources. And then there's also like a huge opportunity in companies and projects that are helping people to build these resources. Because there's like an insane amount of network effects that you get when you can kind of like aggregate these resources, help them be found easily, discoverability, reputation, all of these like services on top that help builders and consumers decide what they're going to build and what they're going to buy. And so that's really where we're trying to like land ourselves, is like building these tools. And so value accrual, I think, is going to go to the projects that that are very useful for builders and consumers, and get a lot of mindshare and get a lot of users that way, because the users are ultimately going to be monetizable, and and it grows the pie. So so I think that's where a lot of it's going to land. And then you kind of take the kind of the token like the project's token into question, and then you think, well, tokens are incredibly good at bootstrapping networks, and so there's a lot of like incentive structures that can be put in place to help bootstrap the network with a public token. And then there's also like value accrual potential into the token for projects too. So I think there's going to be like, this is like a I think often in crypto, it's very like a lot of it's zero sum in terms of it's like money cycling between one project or another, depending on like the chart. But I think this is like one of the first opportunities where, there can be actually massive net inflows of new capital into the system because, crypto native people have an edge here because we kind of understand crypto, we can build these projects. And like if you build a project and you put it on ChatGPT and then some random person who's never used crypto sends, it spends $10 on it. Well, that's another $10 into the ecosystem, into the kind of like crypto. And so that's going to happen to like hundreds of millions of people. And so like the opportunity here is like, it's a blue ocean. Like this, it's so overwhelmingly large that I think some people aren't comprehending it. But yeah.
It feels like at some point we kind of hit a standstill or dry period with innovation coming from the crypto side, right? Like when L1s were all popping off, everyone was creating their own L2 or L1, and it felt like there was innovation there. It just seems like we haven't seen that for a while. And X402 is kind of giving me that same feeling. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it's, and the thing is, it's like, it's not even trying to be fancy. Like, it's not even trying to be like some crazy new liquidity protocol thing. It's just like using the infrastructure that already exists. So it's so easy to adopt, so easy to consume. And anyone can just like, any chain can like adopt it. And so, yeah, I mean, it's like, it's funny how these things just emerge. And, not trying to be too complex. However, like under the hood, I'll say is like, like 15 years of industry building crypto rails, L1s, L2s, stablecoins, and all this stuff is back under the hood of it all. So, but like on the top of it, it's so simple and elegant to understand. So yeah, it's a huge innovation. I'd say there is a lot of innovation that goes on in crypto, like on the kind of in the research side. But often it takes like years for that to distill into like consumer products. So like I think ZK is like one of those technologies where it's still like it's kind of like like dial-up internet back in the day. Like it was so slow that like you couldn't like do anything with it really. And then like as soon as broadband comes along, well then suddenly like Facebook and like all these socials emerge and YouTube and everything because like you can actually have so much more bandwidth. And so like ZK is kind of like in like a similar like kind of position, and it's getting really, really good now and really, really fast. And like when ZK, like when you can generate a zero knowledge proof like on your phone for like, like a fraction of a second, well then suddenly like the scope of like what you can do with it like opens up. But like it's taken so long to get there, and so like a lot of innovation to get to that point. So yeah, I think there's a lot of innovation that goes on, but it often doesn't really get the limelight.
Nice. I see you guys have the StarkNet facilitator up. It says the world's first X402 facilitator on StarkNet. Obviously, maybe talk about this and your plans to integrate into more chains than just StarkNet.
Sure. Yeah. So we're great friends with the crew over at Starkware. We think they're some of the best in the game at what they do and what they push on. I think StarkNet's a really interesting environment to build products on because of its like uniqueness, and it's really easy to build on now. And so we're pushing on that direction with Starkware, building the facilitator, building tooling and examples around how you can do that. And so like in the future, like it's incredibly easy to add a new EVM network. So you can imagine like all EVM networks will just adopt this because it's so easy to do. And then there's obviously all the other L1s, which will adopt as they kind of come online too. Like I think the big stablecoin L1s are going to be like have a high velocity of adoption. Well, we'll see, but I think they're going to serve a place. Like I think, yeah, as I said, like I think the opportunity here is so big. It's not like zero sum where like if one team doesn't get the thing, the other team gets it. Like I think that like this is a 1 + 1 = 3 type deal in terms of like what you're building for right now.
I have a question on that actually. Specifically, we see a bunch of X402 projects. I'm sure some of it's chasing narrative, but like when you look at the landscape of everyone else kind of doing stuff here, like are there buckets that you're putting these projects into, and then how do you tell like who's doing it for real versus just kind of like it's a narrative thing?
Well, I mean, you could probably distill that pretty quickly if you kind of look at projects that were around like a month ago even, and see what they were talking about and see what they were building. And so but then it's also I'm sure there's a lot of genuine people that genuinely great builders that have seen what's happened with X402 and they discovered it maybe they're distracted in something, they're probably building something. So I don't think that's like a pure kind of filter. But I'd say look for projects with like high activity on GitHub that are trying to solve, like a novel problem using it, whether it's like in a consumer space or in a business to business, or privacy, or one of these kind of like big categories. But make sure that they do your own research and check that they're actually building something unique, and they just haven't just like fork code, which is often the case sometimes.
Well,
So,
you guys have been around for nearly 300 days. Do you think that's really helped in giving you credence with this whole emerging X402 narrative and the heat we've seen on Twitter?
yeah, I think people have taken notice that we've been driving this for a long time, and we have a big vision around it all. So yeah, I definitely think the market's taken notice of that. Yeah, I think yeah. As soon as you like sit down and think deeply about X402 and its opportunity, like your mind is blown.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. How obviously you guys are on Pump Fund. Have you guys you didn't migrate or anything, it seems. How's your fees coming? Are you guys making any money off the token right now, in terms of fees, or maybe tell me more about the token, why it exists, why it has to exist, value accrual back to the token, if you're making any fees from it, just the whole broader scope.
yeah, so yeah, we launched on Pump. We're actually multi-chain, so we're on Starknet and we're on Base as well now. So we've got tokens trading there. Yeah, so the Dreams token will like serve like a crucial part in like some of the build out of or attempting. I'm not gonna go into specifics around it all. But like as I said before, tokens are incredibly good at bootstrapping networks. So so we have a product called the router, which is the inference project. And if you look on our site, you can see that a percentage of the revenue that's generated through the router through X402 goes to buy back the token. And so that's one of like the early parts that we're doing with the token. And so kind of everything we do leads back into the router, and the products that are served from it. So yeah, so we've got that buyback system with the router, and then there's things coming in the pipeline using the token around some of these new products that are about to launch. Like Lucid hasn't actually launched yet, and Xgate is still kind of in early alpha. So yeah, maybe I'll have to come back on in a couple of months.
Sweet. Well, we'll definitely have to get you back on for some updates.
Yeah.
What about team? Obviously, is it just you building this? You guys are working on a few different things. How many people are hands-on right now?
Yeah, so we've got about 6 people, developers, BD, marketing, in aggregate. So yeah, so there's and then there's a bunch of open source contributors and people building on the product too. So yeah, it's a small team, but I think the thing I see startups and AI in general right now is that like I think you can create an incredibly lean and efficient teams now with AI tooling, and like I think you're crazy if you don't. And like I think often with software, this goes in general. Like I think like a year ago, 18 months ago, like the optimal way to build a piece of software was probably with like 2 people, and like you had this like your tag team of just like building features. I think you can still do that, but like if you really want to move fast, then like leverage like a fleet of AI agents to efficiently build your software, and you can kind of like you can build insanely fast. So that's really what we're trying to do here. Is like we're trying to create like a tight elite team that's incredibly good at building products quickly.
Sweet. Josh, you said you had a question in the chat. I'm not sure if you got that covered or.
Yeah, that was to just like the landscape of other teams building. We talked about utility, revenues, business model, roadmap. I don't know if you have. I think when we had a PAI on, they talked about the total transaction volume was in like the low single digit millions for let's say X402 payments. I'm not like super watching the payments volume every day, but like what metrics should people point to be like, oh yeah, okay, like X402, the hype is meeting kind of the adoption of it?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say the most important metric is probably number of sellers, and number of buyers. That's probably those are the most important things. because transaction volume is kind of like it's not a it's not a leading indicator, I'd say, because it can be like, I mean, like I could just go send $1 million over X402 right now. It's like, oh well,
Yeah.
I've just increased the total volume by 20%. Like it's not but like you wouldn't do that. Like that wouldn't make any sense, because like if I'm going to go send $1 million on chain, like I wouldn't use X402. I'd go and like sign a message. I'd go and like send a transaction, and I'll go and do it. I'll handhold it. Like so a lot of like X402 payments are going to be like very small amounts, so they're going to be like cent, 10 cents, and so there's going to be millions of them, but they're going to be super small. So I'd say the most important metrics are like buyers and sellers. Those are leading indicators to me. And so so like so we've got this like a product called Lucid Agents, and it's open source tooling to help you kind of build these things. So any developers looking out, go and reach out, or go and check that package out. You can get bootstrapped incredibly quickly, and like you can create one of these sellers in like 20 minutes. And even like vibe code it.
Can we touch on that a bit more? Maybe your roadmap,
Yeah.
maybe a little deeper idea on what Lucid is and some other things you're working on. You mentioned.
Sure. So like the immediate, so right now we've got the router launch, we've got the Lucid Agents package live, which is iterating at a pace and allows you to like spin up these X402 resources easily. And then we've got Xgate, which is live, but it's still kind of early alpha. And Xgate's kind of evolving into like we're trying to make it like the Google of agentic search. So you'll be able to include it in all of your agent designs and plug it into ChatGPT and Claude via MCP. And so that's coming very, very soon. And then Lucid is planning on, it's kind of like an early alpha right now, but it'll be a public launch soon. And it just helps people kind of incorporate the other tooling to build kind of like these products that allow them to sell their resources through X402. So yeah, there's a lot coming in the pipeline right now. So there's Lucid launch, Xgate launch, the tooling around Xgate. So
sweet. I think we've covered most of what we had on mind. I think you've walked a couple miles at this point. So maybe we start wrapping here. I am looking at this project tab on the website. Can you maybe tell me about what these projects are that I'm looking at, or what you do for them exactly?
So a lot of those look like community projects. Actually, there's some of those are actually pretty old right now, so that needs to be updated. Okay. But some of those are, they're using the Daydreams framework, or they're using Lucid, or in some aspect to build those kind of products.
Okay.
But yeah, we need to update that, because it's been a manic couple months, I have to say. It's one of those periods in crypto where like where like years happen in a month.
Well, of course, that's what we want to be positioned for. So you guys are positioned for it, certainly. And Loaf, I think this has been a really interesting and fascinating conversation. We want to get you back on when you have more stuff on Lucid. Some of your other projects are getting fleshed out, and we'll get you on for maybe some demos and stuff. But any closing thoughts, Loaf?
You're not bullish enough. Like no one is bullish enough, and I think people will look like just everyone needs to kind of like plug out from like looking like so deeply on X or whatever screener you want to look at, and just like sit back and be like, okay, shit, this is a big fucking deal, and like this is going to permeate through massive amounts of the economy incredibly quickly over the next 2 years. So the opportunity lies probably where people aren't expecting it. But I think there's so many people that like just like I want to convert like farmers into X402 resource builders. That's my mission. Because like imagine if we converted like $50 for me isn't going to pay my rent, right? But like $50 for someone in the Philippines or like an emerging economy is a lot of money, and now they actually have the opportunity to build that. And it's not like extracting from anything. It's not like gaming anything. It's like they're building a serious resource that's useful, and they're earning $50 from it. And there's hundreds of millions of people that can do that right now.
Provide real value, and rather than try and game real value. I don't know if your docs and then are you based out of the Philippines by chance?
No.
Or Southeast Asia? Okay.
Yeah, somewhere around there. But no, not the Philippines. Yeah.
Sweet.
So yeah, cool. Well, thanks, guys.
Loaf, we'd love to get you back on at a later date, man, but it's awesome to see you guys developing. I think you're in the right position. I think you've made a compelling argument as to why X402 is so powerful and the use cases we can see it really develop into, and how that just accelerates everything else around it, like ZK and, you know, cryptography and stuff of that matter. So
yeah.
Really interesting conversation, Loaf. I'll have to watch this one back.
Yeah, and 100% Visa or one of these guys is going to make an announcement in the space at some point in the next year, and it's just going to send it all higher. Like I remember when Visa bought a CryptoPunk, and it was just like instantly the narrative just like lagged way higher. So
yeah, but it'll be the biggest thing will be when ChatGPT integrates it natively into the interface. That's going to be the biggest, and I know they're going to do it because they're already talking to like. They got partnerships with Stripe and Coinbase and stuff. So like it's just gonna happen. And like that's gonna be the biggest onboarding event into crypto that's ever happened.
Yeah.
So
wow, think about that for a second. Jeez.
Yeah.
Dude, the money's coming into crypto. Like I am like 100% convinced of this, whether it's stimmy checks to people or something, but the money's coming in. The money's coming in. So
yeah.
All right, Loaf. Thank you so much, man. Well, you're a smart guy, and we'll get you back on. This is fascinating stuff.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Good to chat.
Sweet, man.
All right. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Man, that guy.
Wow.
I hope he turned around at some point during the conversation, or he's got like 5 miles back home right now. But
that's one of those where you're like on a like tropical island. You're like pretty relaxed and enjoying yourself, and you're just like building out this technology. Like that's a good place to be.
Yeah.
So,
I think it is nuts, man. A few times he just mentioned how once this gets integrated for those micro payments, it really opens up a lot of different streams for people and optionality for people that otherwise wouldn't have it, right? Because like you said, you know, you end up paying 30%, 3%, 5%, 10% of your revenue to paying down these payment processors, and it eats in so much of a chunk of your payments that it's just unsustainable for a lot of people in a lot of places. So
yeah. Can we pull up Avicii real quick? This thing is going crazy,
going dummy, because Ansem started tweeting about it.
Oh my goodness. Like,
and the boy gave it to the timeline at 8 mil.
Even earlier, bro, we covered it at the ICO.
Yeah, we covered it pre-ICO with Profit. I mean,
pre-ICO.
Profit was shilling this before it launched. If you guys remember.
The PA on this is so clean. Like I've never seen, like not never, but this is like one of the charts where like just price action on this is so freaking clean, bro. We had multiple dips to this this $1.40 to $1.44 range down here, and gave buyers an opportunity, and just off to the races. Like
just slow cooking.
Love Avicii. But I've been seeing, you know, I've been seeing the I don't even know what to call them. Let's call them the OG ETH KOLs. Let's just call them that for now. I've seen a lot of them come out of the woodwork.
You're putting it nice.
Yeah, but they all had to buy. Everyone had to buy open market, right? Like no one had, you know, no one. This isn't like, you know, ETH utility where, yeah, they got some privileged information, or you know, they have some sort of edge just because they're a KOL. Like literally that's why I feel like MetaDAO, they've really unlocked something special.
MetaDAO on top here. Any updates on just like adoption? I know they said they had 4,500 users, or like AUM.
They had great adoption. They had grown very well month on month. He just put out a report. I think Ram from Avicii is doing a fantastic job at balancing.
Comms.
At founder comms, exactly. Here, let me share my screen.
We talk about founder comms all the time. That's like a key pillar of ICM that I think, you know, got to keep an eye on.
And real quick,
what's up, Joe?
By the way, tab over to me real quick.
Yeah, I got you.
Just a little.
Okay, so we lost Chill. Right when he's about to talk.
Tab too far
For you guys, Fartcoin
so-
whales are bidding this chart.
All right, yeah, whatever. We get what he's saying. Fartcoin whales are bidding Avicii, like you can see on your screen. He's obviously tab back over to me, man. Forget all that.
Bar, my bad,
Please.
Chill. You got booted.
Got booted, dude. And it's not personal. It's just gotta keep it pushing. But yeah, as we were saying, dude, those founder comms are so important. Ram has done a fantastic job of this. Really, he has. So if you're not following Avicii Money on Twitter or Ram on Twitter, and you're an Avicii holder, you're shooting yourself in the foot. But they did put out a monthly report. I think this would have been maybe this. Yeah, first monthly update, and their numbers are looking great. Keynotes, credit created 903%, 87% growth.
Zoom in a little bit.
Yeah,
thanks.
How's that? Perfect. And then spend volume, 605K spend volume. I mean, that's pretty impressive, bro. People are out here spending 605K on their credit cards in a new primitive. Like it takes trust, and that's a good number. Spend transactions, 17,432 transactions. So there's 605K spend volume over 17,432 transactions. Again, up 45%. Monthly active users up to 8.29K, up 4x. Active cards, 5,708 active cards. I got to get one, dude. These cards are sick. And they have a 30K revenue, up 2x. Right? So like that's, I mean,
guys, founder comms. Look at these key KPIs that they're pumping out. Beautiful.
They're yeah. Again, this is why I say I think if CPT has the same comms that Ram has, again, where it's lots of numbers focused, statistic driven rather than like hype building, I think they would probably do really good. My screen is freezing up. Maybe this is a local thing, and Chill and I have both just dropped out completely and lost power, but my screen's stuck on.
I think I'm back.
So. Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Take over.
A tab too far, Chill?
Jeez Louise.
Freaking A, man. Right when a guy's about to get cooking, huh?
Yeah, we covered the high level numbers here. Great founder comms.
Yeah, looking good for Avicii. I mean, yeah, to your point, like CPT could. I mean, look, if you just look on CT, look at founders, look how they move, and it's very easy to kind of tell the formula, right? We saw how Avi did it with Kled. We saw how Dupe is doing it with Bobby. Bobby's a little different. I like his personality as a founder, and I think that attracts and kind of feeds his community in its own way. But we also see how Ram is doing it with Avicii. Like literally, the value of interface or of interacting with CT and sharing as much information with them as possible is like should not be underestimated.
Yeah, agreed.
Isn't 30K rev bearish? No. No.
It's a start. It's a start.
I think what was their fee structure? Like 1% of transactions or something? I think they had 600K. So at 30K, it would be 0.5.
And I'm not sure if that's monthly or
yeah, that might be monthly. That's monthly for sure.
I think that's monthly. No, 30K is great. What you want to look for in these early stage startups is not necessarily the dollar amount. You want to see the growth, right? So if it's 30K, but it's up 4x from last month, like that's I mean that's the growth you want to see, right?
Because that compounds. It makes the yearly number look a lot bigger as that number goes up.
And you guys, maybe you guys want to pull up that full thread because he put a lot of information on there. My screen is lagging for some reason, so maybe you guys take over. But yeah, I don't think 30K a month is awesome.
That's pretty good for a project that just launched. I mean, if you even look at this metric here,
and the thing is with that too is it's all probably going back to the company because they raised $2 million, like or roughly around there. They don't need any really more runway right now, so. Accelerates.
So this kind of chart here just kind of shows a little growth trajectory for Avicii, kind of mapping out its market share versus valuation. Obviously, huge opportunity when you think about just in comparison to what the market offers. But then you have this chart as well that kind of again just maps out this growth, versus others, and it just kind of shows you like literally look at. The mortgage, like literally you have an on-chain startup that is like talking about offering.
Yeah, they're trying to address a big market. Again, I do feel this is beyond
what CT is thinking.
Oh, geez. Josh, it might be a local thing, honestly. I think for Founder, you're going to have to do the pull up the videos and tweets. Guys, for those that don't know,
Yeah.
Chill and I live like in a very close proximity to each other. And so whenever one of us has bad Wi-Fi and connection, we both do. It's just like the Wi-Fi here.
Florida
so bad, dude.
Wi-Fi is terrible.
It's
You
so bad.
guys
I
are
just got a new system installed too. And like,
Yo, I forgot about that. You just got a new system installed and it's acting up.
full
That's
new
crazy.
system, bro. Upgraded everything.
For
Bro.
no reason. For no reason. When are we getting Foundry on? 7 minutes?
it's supposed to be in
looking around
7. Yeah.
I might
What?
have to dip early because I have a call scheduled here. And,
Yeah, no
shortly,
worries.
So
Do your thing. We'll go through it.
So what else is cranking? I don't know if maybe if Lect is good. Why don't we just start that early?
Yeah, look, you want
Unless
to
we
just pull him
wanna-
up now?
Yeah, let's see if he's on.
and he had some content he sent in our chat too. If you guys want to pull that up.
Yo, Lewis, are you there?
Yeah, wait, let me get my cam on. I already docked myself, so it's safe.
Let's
What?
go, dude.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Hey.
Yo,
Wow.
wow.
My man,
What's
what's
up,
up?
dude?
What's up?
Yeah. So like the other day I wasn't planning to dock myself like at all. Like cause I just wanted to stay on and everything. But just the other day I got incubated at NUS FinTech Lab, which is like one of the top schools in Singapore, where they have like this Web3 related finance lab, which is like some, I don't know, with professors and stuff doing stuff. So they kind of wanted to like do like a LinkedIn post with me in it, and then my face was there, and then I reposted it as a Foundry, and then my face is there, so I might as well just dox myself. now.
Let's go, dude.
Welcome
There's
to
a
the
lot of
stream.
builders in Singapore. That's what I've realized.
Yeah.
A lot of good builders in Singapore. Have you
Yeah.
found that, Lewis?
Yeah, I actually just made a new hire, like, and he's correct as heck, man. Yeah,
He's
Crazy.
obviously based in Singapore with you.
yeah,
Cool.
yeah. He's
Dude, awesome.
It's really it's insane. Like some people, like it's actually really hard to find good people to like work with. But the new hire I've got, he's an insane speed worker. Like he just uses AI here and there, and then actually code instead of like me, where I like rely heavily on AI and then like take more time, because this guy's actually even more trained at like the fundamentals than I am.
Let's go,
Yeah.
dude. Well, new hire means you're accelerating business, which we love to see. So
Yeah.
Lect,
here.
I have to ask. Because you put us on infra.
Oh yeah.
But like a while ago, it's at 1.5 million right now.
Oh hell
It's
yeah.
actually done pretty well. Are you still holding infra, or what's?
I'm still holding on track. Yeah, I have it in my treasury as well.
Wow. Okay. And what's the? Do you know the catalyst here that happened overnight?
Wait, what? I don't
There's
know.
something candled up here for some reason.
Oh, I think he did a deep research thing, which is, by the way, gonna be integrating with Unbrowse.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. So this developer, we had the infra dev on back around the launch here at, I think it was like 500,000. It traded up to 1 mil, and then is actually according to all the Believe charts. Maybe it's because this one just slipped through the Believe, like nothing upgraded. The snipers weren't paying attention, but this was like
Yeah.
a pretty post launch, a pretty beautiful chart. All things
I think it's
considered.
like it's the last successful launch that Believe had.
It actually is. Founder's
Oh
been
my
Founder's been doing
goodness.
pretty well. I think since the first time we had you on the show, it's up maybe close to 10x. I don't know.
I think so. Yeah. The chat was really low when we first met. I think it was around 100K. Was it? I can't
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah,
Oh,
right
yeah.
around there. But you're looking good, man. You got to pump up to like 1.8 mil, if I remember correctly, too.
Oh, it's going up now, right now as well.
It's because you doxed,
cool.
dude. Bullish Founder being hot.
Hell yeah.
No, it's
Alright.
because he's on MCG, bro. Come on.
Oh, dude, it's 'cause
it's
it's
the
Founder.
MCG pump.
Yeah, the
But-
MCG pump is real.
But the chart's going up. You must have some development to back that up. What have you guys been working on? There's some cool stuff. I got it pulled up on my screen.
All right. So, this is something that I've been working on for actually more than 2 years now, right? Unbrowse. So, you're familiar with like agents and everything, right? So, Unbrowse is essentially a a different approach to agents than most people are taking. So, y'all know that the internet is just a bunch of computers talking to other computers, right? And like your browser talks to a computer, which is like called a server. It's somewhere in the sky or something like that. They call it a cloud. And my approach to agents was to, instead of going the route that most companies are doing, which is to use like a UI to have the agent traverse it, we actually have agents that talk to the servers themselves directly. So what I mean by that is, have you guys seen ChatGPT Atlas or
No.
Perplexity Comet? Okay, but you guys know Algo, right? You guys are fans of Algo, right?
Yeah, we love Orgo.
Yeah.
It's Josh's like favorite.
Yeah,
It's like
So,
a top
Algo-
pick. Yeah.
yeah, Algo's your favorite pick. Like I was in the BBB chat that day. I was like watching you guys pitch like Algo to the rest, and I'm like, hey, that's actually a very good way to explain things, you know. So maybe I should like take a picture of them. So yeah, here's my explanation in a more simpler way. So while Algo, right, they will do things like make you use a computer that spins up, and then where you type in stuff to actually let's say tell an agent to do something, the computer would then have its UI pulled up, right? Where it would then like click here and there to actually maybe post a tweet, for example. Maybe your virtual employee wants to post a tweet, and then he posts a tweet by clicking on the UI slowly. What Foundry's Umbrowse does, right, is that it goes directly into the tweet servers and then tweets the tweet. So you don't have to go through the opening of the computer, and you don't have to go through the clicking of the UI, and then it just goes straight into the server.
There's got to be an easier way to explain that, because I'm picking up what you're putting down. It's a bit technical. So instead of the agent logging onto Twitter, going to the tweet, writing up a tweet, it just goes straight through the back end. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly, it goes straight to the back end.
Okay,
So,
and why is this valuable?
okay, the reason why this is valuable is because the current state of agents is that you can only really integrate with things like that have already been pre-developed, right? Like MCPs, right? So there's this whole protocol for agents to interact with systems called MCP, where people will have to manually build MCPs to actually achieve such functionality. Unfortunately, no one's going to be like fast enough to like basically build up MCPs for every single website in the world, right? So what I discovered was a way for me to index websites by having you browse the website and then having the AI learn how to browse the website on the network level. So let's say I browse some random third-party site that no one's built an MCP before. I can actually get it to be like, hey, can you tell me the orders for my inventory, right? And then it'll pull it all out. Can you make an order? And then it'll send an order, that sort of thing, without you having to have the agent open up a computer to click here and there.
Okay.
Does it make sense?
I think I need a demo. I think a demo would really help with that. Do you have somewhere I could watch that video? It makes sense, but
I actually have like
I think it's a
I have
difficult
a demo
concept
of
to explain.
okay, yeah, it's actually quite abstract, but let me send you a link.
Sweet.
So I have like a link of demo.
And Josh,
sped
you
up
said something
because
in our
it takes quite a while
chat
to
too.
index.
There's a video in the chat. Maybe you could pull up.
Oh, the video is a launch trailer. I don't get videos.
Oh, dude, we should have launched the launch trailer before
Oh yeah,
starting
you
off.
could do that. Yeah, sure, go for it. Let's
Okay.
play the launch trailer.
Okay, Josh, you got that for me? Sweet.
Just a second. I'm dealing with the tabs here. All right. Okay. I just don't want to make sure I got 2 days after Umbrowse went live. Okay. Telegram's
Yeah, that
got
one.
a buffer just a little bit. Okay, here we go. All right, media viewer. All right. Okay.
Live video.
And
What
all
we
right,
started
to
with.
set the stage, we did the Foundry AI video thing. So here we go, Lewis. This is not the best AI commercial video I've ever seen. I don't know. I'll be disappointed. No, I'm kidding.
See.
All right. Ready, guys? Let's play.
Ready.
No volume, Josh.
Oh, you have to turn it up.
No, I don't think I can share volume from a Telegram video.
Lewis,
I
are
think
you able to pull it up? We can share
is
your
this
screen.
on Twitter? Is this on Twitter, by the
It's
way?
not today yet because I was trying to save content.
Oh,
I've been
okay.
posting too much today, so I sent it to you guys directly. Let me pull it up myself. Maybe I could.
Yeah, see if you can pull it up.
Gotta get the hype video.
Yeah, sharing volume has to be from if
Oh,
it's
there's a
on the
video file
internet.
upload you can use. Let me try this.
Okay. Maybe you give it a try.
Yeah. Does this work? Can you see it?
A King's Mentality, shout out to you.
From
All right.
YouTube.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. Yeah, I can hear it.
They're here. Human trace confirmed. Objective, open door. It's a twist and push, you clankers.
Request additional instruction. Other tasks unclear.
Fine. We'll teach them. For a price.
X402. Yeah, so it's essentially you get to teach AIs how to access websites, and then you get paid for it. But right now there's no payments yet because it's beta, and I'm still working out the exact details for how that will work, because I want to make sure that everything works out in a way that incentivizes all parties. But it's still in the works. Right now the product works, but yeah.
So
All right.
so people can go on and teach agents how to access websites.
Yes, correct.
And then if it works well, these agents, you'll get paid for basically making that connection.
Yeah, you get paid by agents, but yeah, it's not implemented in this beta version, but it will be soon.
Okay, I have so when we did Orgo, we tried to do, like, for instance, watch a BBC video on YouTube. And so the agent went onto the computer, clicked start, opened up the web browser, went to bbc.com or searched some news event. And then it got to a wall where YouTube asked it to sign in because it was suspicious that it actually was an agent. And that's
Yeah.
where then the human could then kind of grab the mouse and take over the virtual machine, log in their account, ideally, and then kind of like access the service from a human login. Is this similar to that? Like, am I going on and it's screen recording a video that's showing how to access these systems? Like, what's different than Orgo's approach there, do you think?
Okay, so there's two parts, right? You mentioned there's a screen recording and there's this next part, which is the credentials, the login credentials, right?
Yeah.
So firstly, because Unbrowse is embedded into your browser on a network level, it means that whenever you browse something online, right, it's gonna share your logins directly to the agent. In terms of the cookies and all these things, they'll be shared over, so that you don't even need to log in anymore because it's already logged in with your account. So there's no clicking into login, that kind of stuff, because it's already been done by you, right?
Right.
As for the video part,
finish your thought.
Oh, as for the video part, right, we don't actually record any screens because we live on a network layer, which means, it's the packets being sent here and there, right? We don't record screens, we just record the packets instead, which is way more lightweight, and it's way more data heavy, because you can get actually a lot more data out of like the raw packet streaming in and out to make sense of it better.
So what would you say is like the primary use case here? Like, what's the best use case for something like this?
The best use case for this would be a lot of things that you would do on the internet can actually be done by agents. So right now I'm focusing on doing the infrastructure for people to have agents access whatever they want online. It's not perfect yet because we haven't released actions yet, but right now we can actually do research and retrieval of information very fast and very precise.
Got it.
So one good use case I found, which is a throwback to what I used to do last time. I used to be a degenerate, right, on the stock markets that love to gamble on earnings reports. You guys familiar with like the earnings season and stuff like that?
Yep.
Yeah. So I had this algorithm last time, right, which I had to manually do myself, where I would go. It started back when COVID happened, and then like there was a crash, and no one knew what the heck was going to happen to the companies, right? And I realized that, hey, FedEx might do really well because everyone's doing online shopping, right? So I went to Google Trends, and on Google Trends I searched FedEx tracking because that's what people will be searching if they're using FedEx, right? And sure enough, like the volume for that trend search doubled, right, or tripled. It was like past Christmas highs. So I was like, maybe I could use this data to predict whether they'll beat earnings, right? So I did like a simple statistical model to predict it, and sure enough, I put my life savings into it, and I made a lot of money out of it, right?
You put your life savings in.
This was like a few years ago.
I love that. I
I
love
was a
that.
degenerate gambler. But basically, you can do that now.
Sound
with
like us.
You can do it now on Unbrowse without you having to like do the scraping yourself, and then doing the math yourself, because Unbrowse can actually just pull the data from, let's say, the earnings reports website and pull like the Google Trends or like some web traffic website, and then correlate the data together and give you a result. So that's actually been the demo I've been showing on X for the last few days, where it was trying to predict earnings for like a bunch of companies this last week, and it got like 3 out of 4 correct so far.
Nice. That's
Wow.
awesome, Jack.
Okay, so I gotta break into this. Obviously, I've been a huge Orgo fan for a while, and they've gotten raised some money recently from like A16 Scout Fund, and my big thesis around Orgo is you could essentially create these like companies that are completely these agents working together. Now Orgo's doing some other things. They have like a file share system where the agents do work, then put the file in there, and then the human can go and get it, and the agents can talk to each other, all this kind of stuff. So like that, to me, that project, is progressing well. They deserve a big market cap because they have this potentially massive, economy changing playbook, right? What you're talking about, and like it's something that I can show on screen. Like I've demoed it multiple times where with Spencer unprompted, I just opened it up, started screen sharing, the agent's like going and doing different things. What you're saying here is interesting because it like interfaces with the web, and your coin's at a 930K market cap. Like, yeah, and Lewis, you've kind of done a bunch of different pivots around like video stuff and all this kind of stuff. Like,
yeah,
are we talking to like the next big AI innovation here? Like, what? Like, help me like fully understand kind of the potential of what you've built here. Like on the surface level, reading the data packets as a way to like do computer use is what we call this category, is really interesting. I understand that, but like, is this like the next big thing, Lewis? Help us understand.
I honestly think so, because it might seem like I'm like flip flopping around with different ideas. I know how it's like. I had like
That's
2 different
okay.
previous products, right? But the thing is, Unbrowse was my original product I've been working on for 2 years. It's been like since I left my previous startup, I quit because they didn't let me pivot to this, and then I've been working on this for like a long time until it was proven to not work back then. And only recently, in the last month, right, with the LLM's cost dropping and agents getting better, I realized like, hey, this actually works now. So I went back all in, back into this original vision I had of basically giving AI access to the internet. So like you mentioned about the parallel agents and creating an entire employee economy, right? That's actually very possible with Unbrowse as well. It's just a different interface, and without the access to your files, and like without access to like your computer. I mean, because you don't need the computer for that. You just need to use the internet, which what the packets can actually do for you.
So I guess my question is just, and maybe this is a more technical question, but what's the difference between what Foundry is doing with Unbrowse and, you know, just other, let's call them like computer use agents?
The main difference is, the main difference is, well, the reliability of calling the APIs directly instead of having to click through UIs. Because by nature, UIs have 1,000 different ways of actually doing it, right? Like, let's say some websites have like different layouts, and sometimes the layouts even change. So when a computer use agent tries to figure it out sometimes, it's not deterministic or reliable in the sense that it will always get it right every time. Like, sure enough, it's getting better, but having a system that deterministically determines like how these steps are taken, because you sort of like pre-learn everything beforehand, makes it faster and more reliable than typical UI computer agent. Like, you can see the demo I sent you. I think I sent a video, right?
Is that the link that you sent us?
Yeah, the
link
link,
to
the second link. Yeah. So that one's
Here, I'll pull it up.
Cool. So I guess
Yeah.
the key, you said the key difference is that factor of UI. Like, you don't have that.
Yes,
you don't
correct.
have that issue. Like, just for the audience and maybe even for myself and Josh to understand, help us to understand the friction that's naturally there.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You maybe answer this question, then we'll watch this because it has audio. Go ahead.
Okay. So essentially, right, when you visit a website, there's a few steps that's being taken if you're going by the UI route. So the first one would be like you click on the website, you have to enter the URL. Then after that, you have to wait for it to load. So that's like 2 seconds. Then after that, you have to wait for the AI to actually read the screen. That's another 2 seconds. Then after it waits for the screen for 2 seconds, it will be like, okay, now I have to click onto this little menu here, another 2 seconds. And then you click into another menu. After that, it's another 2 seconds. By the time you reach the actual data source you're trying to get, it's about like maybe 20 seconds. And then it has to pass the data and then figure out like whether or not it can be even read, which sometimes it fails at, right? So by the time you reach like around 30 seconds to a minute, right, you're like, is it going to work? And if it works, is it even like accurate, right? Because it's just looking at the raw data on the screen level. Whereas for Foundry's and Browse, right, when you go into the network level, you just you just literally do a so-called like a Google search, right? It's like a Google search for agents to figure out how to do actions. So it Google searches for like Zmat inventory, right? I want to see all the inventories on my Zmat order. The AI will search for it. It'll call the API directly, get every single thing out, and then it will return it to the chat, which is infinitely faster than just going through the UI route.
Got it. So it's more of a speed, efficiency,
and
side.
reliability, because you know it already works.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Well, let's jump into the video,
Yeah.
Josh. I guess I can let you introduce that.
Browser agents work, but look how slow they are.
So this is ChatGPT Atlas on a company's website for inventory, for orders at a grocery platform thing.
This took us 208 seconds in real time. Enter Unbrowse, the browserless agent, a faster, more reliable alternative. While you browse, Unbrowse learns how websites work at the network level.
So this is just showing that it's really learned how to do the things.
That's it. You just created AI abilities without writing a single line of code. That simple?
So the same query, and you can see how fast it loads.
Let's see it
in
in
action.
action.
That would push you to the outside the listening question. It pulls it out like almost instantly.
That took 95 seconds in real time. That's more than twice the speed of Atlas. But wait, you don't need the browser anymore. Unbrowse uses MCP, Model Context Protocol. That means it works with Claude, ChatGPT, or any AI agents you already use. Same abilities. Your AI has just gained Jarvis-level superpowers.
Yeah, so MCP means that.
Now here's where it gets really interesting.
Yeah, so X4
Ever heard of
goes on
X402? Every time an AI agent uses an ability you index, you're rewarded. The website is rewarded, and so are Foundry holders. Get started today at unbrowse.ai.
So I guess maybe Josh, you can mute the volume there, but maybe just replay the video and Lex, maybe you want to give us a kind of play-by-play. I know you're trying to explain it during the video. I don't think I heard you, so I wanted to just run
that's right.
and so you can kind of like walk the audience through exactly what we're looking at.
Okay, so over here, this is ChatGPT Atlas. It's like a browser agent, which is a way for you to automate like your browsing activity on a browser. And this is the example of what I meant about GUI based agent traversal, right? Meaning that the browser actually clicks on the stuff for you to pull it out. And then over here, this is basically me indexing the website and showing like, hey, this is all the stuff that we've managed to pull out from the website. So now you can actually get the same information out by talking to it. So over here we have like a bunch of so now this is where the action actually starts, right? It just pulls out the data directly because it can call the API and it can do whatever information retrieval for this specific website.
Got it. Cool. So help us to understand.
Hold up. What's this here? What's this stuff here?
Oh, okay. So MCP is basically this new protocol that Anthropic released a while back that's getting widely adopted by all kinds of chat apps, right? ChatGPT has it, Anthropic's Claude has it. Basically what this means is that you can use your favorite ChatGPT or Claude client and then connect to Unbrowse directly. So if you have your logins and everything set up on your browser, you can actually talk to the internet and whatever like system CRM or like maybe CMS or whatever kind of app you have, right? You can talk to it directly via Unbrowse if you connect it to your Claude, I guess.
Right. Okay. And this is it thinking like searchabilities, executability, executability. Okay. And that's the technology you created is this executability. Is that's okay. And then so this is reading the packets in the background. So are you visiting the website initially, or is the model where someone else has visited the website and it's just borrowing the know-how of how to read that website?
Yeah, it's crowdsourced. So whoever visits the website before has a chance to teach the agent how to use the website. So it's a collective intelligence in a sense.
Okay. Okay, Chill. Sorry, you were gonna ask something.
No, I just wanted to kind of walk through tokenomics. How does this work with the token? Like, why do you need a token for this? And then I also want to kind of talk. I know it's in beta now. Want to talk about adoption? Who's this for? Who's going to use this as well?
I see. But okay, for token wise, right? I haven't released the flywheel yet because I'm still trying to make sure that I can incentivize all parties to really get paid while using this, right? Because there are basically like three participants, right? There are the indexers, who are the people who are like browsing and indexing websites. There are people who are the investors, like people who are holding Foundry token, and there are the websites. So currently, I've shared this model, I think, with you guys before, but I think it wasn't brief. But I want it to be such that whenever this is not confirmed yet because I have to sort some things out. So I might pull this back and then switch some things up. But tentatively, as we speak right now, Foundry will basically be like used as a incentive for people to actually index. So whenever someone buys, right, so whenever someone prompts for something and like uses the index, right, the website should be basically paid because they are providing the data, right? The person who indexes the website should also get paid. And I also want to make it such that people who are Foundry holders get paid, and the token should get burned for this as well.
God, and how would that happen exactly? Like, how would tokens get burnt and everything?
Oh, so essentially using XL02, right? There's ways to split payments whenever the person who types in the prompt and then uses the index and then uses the ability, it will actually split 4 ways, right? The indexer, the website, the what am I missing? The investors and the infrastructure, right? And then once it's split 4 ways, the part for the investors, right, will basically be sent to my treasury and then be burnt or well staked. I haven't. I that's why I said there'll be incentive structure behind holding Foundry for this. Yeah.
Got it. And who do you see like using? Who do you see using this? Like, is this geared
I've already.
towards? Yeah.
Yeah. Right now, I'm very bullish on the ecosystem of builders because there's 1,001, or maybe I don't know how many builders, but there's so many people trying to build agents right now, and the ability to have an MCP that just accesses anything on the web, I know is very valuable to them because I have managed to sell like to some web companies that need to like digitize their company with AI stuff, right? And they are willing to adopt Umbrels just for the website themselves. So without the entire index, they already want to just digitize and like AIify their system. For example, the company you saw that I was indexing it for, right, in the demo video, they're in talks to actually sell it to them as like a package system for their own website to have a chatbot. So yeah, the developers are one big selling point.
Got it. Okay, cool. And I saw that you guys, I don't know if to say you guys are backed by NVIDIA or you received a grant from NVIDIA. Can you walk us through that detail and just clarify?
We're incepted by NVIDIA. So what that means is that we joined the NVIDIA Inception program and that we get lots of grants from them in terms of credits and like a lot of money. They just back me with like so much credits from like Google Cloud, AWS, you just name it. I probably have the grant for it. I can just use it. That's why I can afford to do this. If not, I'll just go broke and like suffer, you know.
Got
yeah,
it.
because
Got
the computer is basically expensive to run this kind of stuff.
Oh,
right?
initially, but it's actually for the while. I'm not exaggerating. It's not that bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Man, this is fascinating. I mean, there's Slash, Orgo in computer use. I guess now you guys in computer use. I haven't like I don't know what works here. I mean, maybe this is one point of differentiation between Orgo and this. Like Orgo, because you're using it at the computer level, like you could use like Microsoft Word or Excel, right?
Yeah.
And that would be different from kind of what you're doing, or like play a video game, let's say.
Correct.
That's
Yeah.
another use case for Orgo.
It's an alternative, but for different use cases. Correct.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. I mean, again, this is. I think you just gotta kind of keep hacking away at it, and then we got to see kind of usage and kind of any user metrics and stuff like that. But
well, what I would like to do, we got to have you back on for another call, man. I mean, you're working on a lot, you're building out a lot, and I think a lot of it is coming together in a beautiful way.
But yeah, and you were gonna say something, Luce, before.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Oh no! I just got excited about this one thing. So, like you mentioned, I was building a lot, right? I've been doing so many things like that are quite novel. So I think this is like a convergence of like so many of the things I've been building, because I even included this feature inside the Unbrowse chat app. That's actually pretty dope. So, you guys want to pull up the demo, like the website itself? You can actually have dynamically generated UI based on the data that's actually on the web.
Gotcha. Let me see.
Dynamically generated UI, dude. I love that.
So it's like a dashboard that just transforms based on whatever you need. So this is really useful for visualizations and like maybe like dashboarding of whatever you need.
Okay, so I'm going to where's the website link? You have
Unbrowse.ai.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
it's on the first one, I think, the first top link.
Boom.
Yeah, you can go to join the closed beta.
And I'll share this.
Yep. So let's just try something simple before we go, because I know there can be like way more complex stuff. You can go to click on the stocks agent.
Stocks agent.
And then you type in like show me Tesla's stock price. Oh, you gotta log in.
Let me see here.
This is how I get users now.
Hold on one second. Let me log in real quick.
Well, I thought you were gonna show us all your emails there, Chill.
Sheesh.
Oh, so close.
Bang. I think I'm in.
Okay. Show me Tesla stock price. So pull the data out from a stock API, whether it's investing.com or something. So it's looking at
and the MCP gives it access to all of those APIs. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So it got stock price for stuff. So
it's Pantheon too. Nice.
Yeah, it's got Pantheon. I asked Alex, like, hey, can I put you inside? He's like, sure. So you can ask it to put in a chart. Show me a chart.
Show me a chat.
A chart. A
graph
graph
a chart.
Or whatever. Yeah, a chart.
Let's see.
This is just a cool technical thing that I did, but I'm not sure.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, so,
that's actually pretty cool.
Well, it can generate custom UI on the fly. I think it's just beta, so like some colors aren't rendering properly, but there's actually a chart over there.
Yeah, I see the volume on the bottom. I don't think it shows like the candlesticks, but I can see like where the price is being tracked.
Yeah, this is still a beta feature.
And
so
yeah,
the candles are just colored wrongly, that's why. But you can do a lot of things with this visualization tool because it's not hallucinating at all. It's pulling data directly from the APIs so that it can render it into the front end and then show like the actual data of Tesla stock. You can do this with many kinds of charts or like dashboards. You can even ask for like, show me a scatter plot of the same example I told you about, the earnings versus the traffic, right? You can tell it to like, show me, I don't know, Check. I know Check has earnings like tonight. So you can ask them like, show me Check EPS versus like their traffic. And then it will show a scatter plot. And then it's pretty
Google
cool.
search ranking, you mean?
Yeah, search ranking. Yeah. Or like Spy Food trend search or something like that. There's a lot of data sources for it. Yeah.
Got it. No, this is really cool. This is really cool. No, we definitely have to have you back on. So like when this is all fleshed out and it's coming together, we can actually we can do a full demo on this.
Yeah, I think we need to see this a little more worked out, Lewis. This is really interesting, but I'm still like trying to connect it to computer use as a theme and then like where you guys kind of play in that and obviously how that's translating into like users and ideally they're buying things or doing something with it, right?
Yep.
And how many users do you have like testing this in beta?
We have about 20 people trying it out.
Okay.
I tried to keep it close because I wanted to keep my first mover advantage because the entire idea is to have a flywheel based around the index so that I can populate it, right? And this is clearly like a network effect kind of thing where if I can get the flywheel to incentivize people to index, I might be able to build the world's largest index for abilities for agents, and then that will give me like an advantage and keep me in like
Got it.
like leverage my first movers advantage. So I was like very careful of like telling the people about, hey, you want to try my demo? Hey, this is how it works, you know. So I think now that I've done the meat of the product. That's actually the indexing.
Sorry, there's a question here. Yeah, I think we talked about this, but maybe yeah. Do you want to address it?
Okay, how to pronounce this? Pistacious.
Pistacious.
This is exactly what Unbrowse is built for. You see, like you visit a website that doesn't have APIs that's exposed, or a website that doesn't have an MCP. It figures out how to make an MCP out of it, and then just uses it directly. Yeah, so it's any website that uses JSON right now, but there'll be more support for things like HTML based websites like the old ones and everything. Yeah.
No, that's actually pretty cool. I haven't heard that. I have not heard before. So
yeah,
awesome. Well, look, I think I don't know if Josh, do you have any other?
I don't know. This one is we got to keep an eye on this. Keep putting out content around this, Lewis.
We'll cover it.
And I'm gonna try and figure this out a little bit more. Like Orgo, I understand because we've covered it so much, and Spencer's like really shown it, and actually the product is really easy to use. Like within 2 seconds of using it, you can be like, wow, this is like actually something is happening on this virtual machine. So yeah, I don't know if that's like in the thinking, how the thinking is displayed, or how how you could kind of do that. But yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, no, I really like what you're building here, bro. Really like what you're building here. So yeah, as long like keep putting out content, and then when you have like the big release, when it's, I know you got first mover advantage now, so you want to kind of keep things under wraps. But when you're ready to really go full force on the timeline, let us know, and we'll have you back on.
Hell yeah! All right. Oh, by the way, Gavitos 3 V3 is coming soon, so we might do another video on maybe like end of the year or January or something. But
hit us up.
2026 videothon. Let's go.
Yeah, it's gonna be like really dope because like the new features of the Get Videos V3 is like taken from the learnings of like the stuff from V2 and V1, where we realize people don't want things to be purely automatic and they still want a lot of creative direction of like a thing. So now it's so much control that you can just draw out like how you want the character be posing in the environment and the scene and the frame. Like you doodle it out and it actually turns into the people and the actual environment characters and stuff.
Oh really?
And
that's
then it'll become the video's first frame, and we'll just go on to it's really cool. So I can't wait to show it to you guys.
Man, I love that you just build stuff. You're just like, I create things online and just ship it as product.
So. Foundry Manifesto is like you can just do things,
Yeah. Just do things. Yeah, I wish our politicians heard that as well. So all right, man. You have a great evening, and good luck.
All right. See ya, man.
Appreciate you coming on, bro.
Yeah. See you, Lewis.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
See ya.
All right, so takeaways from that. Let me put this together in the way that I got it from our interview. So he's building Unbrowse. Unbrowse is basically like computer use agentic tech. We can call it that. But it's different in the way that it interacts with some of these different interfaces. Like it's not coming from the front end where it has to interact with like an actual browser like Google Chrome or something like that, but it's operating from the back end where it's able to do things. And apparently that helps it with speed, reliability, and efficiency. I think that's what pretty much.
It's reading the packet traffic, which I'm a non-engineer. I don't know if that's groundbreaking stuff or not. And then it's like doing different things. I think you summarized that correctly.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I have that. I mean, cool. Very, very, very cool.
I was trying to figure out if this was disrupting my Orgo bags, but I don't think I don't think so. I think my Orgo bags are okay. But yeah.
I mean, I think it's still pretty early stage at the end of the day. Like this kind of he's been building it for 2 years, but like as far as the focus over the last few months, I think the focus is now that, right? So like it's still kind of in the early stages of being discovered, being used, and being pushed at a high level. So we'll
Yeah,
see.
because
We'll see
I like what's the difference? So then, like, what's the difference than just having like a chat interface? Like, I think what makes Orgo special is that it's more than a chat interface, right? Like, you're actually the agents are actually living and doing things on a computer. That's what I find compelling. And there's so many tasks that, think about when you use a computer, right? It's more than just going to Yahoo Finance, pulling some data and then putting on a chart and showing on in a chat interface. It's like clicking around, opening programs, adding software. Like there's so much software out there that you can add to a computer that's not even available like on the internet, right? Or not is not a web app, right? It's actual software on the computer. So that's I don't know that I found that kind of that's like a Orgo core Orgo difference, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe again, this kind of stuff is a little over my head when it gets there. I think we need to see a little more evidence, kind of this working. But yeah, I mean, Lek is a pretty prolific builder. I mean, bunch of stuff kind of coming out from him. So something will stick. Like it's the same thing with the JTVO guy. I kind of put them in a cylinder bucket. Like just build, 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 build. Something will stick. So
Yeah. I think there's still a lot left to be seen there. So
what's the Sorla? I've seen
Sorla.
Sorla around. I
I
don't know
wanted
if there's a
to
chart.
before we get to Sorla, you want to wrap up here with tickers? Like we just run through
Yeah, I
some
was thinking
tickers?
like maybe like let's end in
I
within 20 minutes. So
Okay.
like, end at 4 p.m. Eastern latest. And so we got, let's run through some tickers.
Got you. All right, I'm gonna run through a ton of stuff with you guys,
Yeah.
and
I need to keep me awake. My eyes are getting tired, man. So like
no, I
let's
got you. I got you. I got some
hit some
interesting
tickers.
stuff. So, look, guys, in the chat, let me know what tickers that you want us to go through. Post a thesis along with it if you don't mind. Kind of
Yeah,
makes
give it
research
a short thesis.
a
Avicii
little
pump.
easier. Yeah, Avicii's pumping right now, bro. Let me share my screen. We were talking about Avicii earlier, and we shared the chart and covered the price action on it. But I mean, this is definitely worth touching on again.
Yeah, and you
I was
heard
saying,
Avicii first on MCG, just so you know.
whoa, Josh.
Don wasn't here. No one needs to know.
Oh man, yeah. Nah, Avicii's pumping, yo. Avicii's pumping. I
I
think
wasn't
this is
sure if that got through the mic, but
Nah, it definitely did. It definitely did. I was like, all right, I'm not gonna call attention to it too much, but still. But yeah, a king's mentality. Avicii's pumping, loving it, looking good. We covered that earlier. Honestly, what I said was PA on this has just been absolutely just lovely. I mean, good support formed here, retested once, retested again. Good resistance here. It was in like a multi not even multi-week, just a range for a few days. Broke above it, kind of broke back below, retested, and we're off. Like, look, this chart is like a thing of beauty. It's poetry in motion. So I love it. Ace, you wanted us to check out Sorla. Yeah, so I actually checked out Sorla last night. I took a look at the interface here. Let me zoom this out. I think this looks a lot better on the 1 hour, kinda. On Soar's platform, they have this like, I don't think they have candlestick. I think they have it like they have it. I don't even know what you call it. It's lines. It's not candlesticks. It's lines on the Soar platform. But this looks solid as far as kind of forming a range from a PA standpoint. This is only 80K market cap though, so I'm not even gonna lie, Ace. We usually don't cover stuff this low.
Ave, nothing under 100K.
Yeah, so I don't even know. I did check out the platform; it was cool and everything, but I need more. I need more to go on here. What else? I don't know if you guys see. I got a few things cooking here. Let's see. We got. I don't know if you guys just on a higher level. These aren't micro caps here, but I'm noticing a little something. First off, Trump. real quick. I know this is again not a micro cap, little higher here, but I noticed over the last couple of let's call it like last 2 weeks from the late October, like Trump has been pumping, right? Trump has been pumping. It's been down only for a very long time, for like a very long time, right? Like from since March, it's just been down, but it's kind of been having this bottoming formation, right? Like even if you go here, you see like the bottom is it kind of peaked below on October 10th when we got that liquidation event, but we quickly closed back above it, and here we are taking off. So, but then you not only notice Trump is pumping, but then you notice Melania is pumping, and it shows that much better on the 4 hour. Like, do you see that? Like, thing is like
Bro.
absolutely. And not only is Melania pumping, but we also have World Liberty Fi pumping. So what's up with the Trump pump, right? Like take notice of
Stimmies.
this.
Is this
Stimmies are
stimmies?
coming.
What's going on here, guys?
I mean, it has to be something. It has to be something. Stimmies are coming. I think people are anticipating that. Yes, there's some good sentiment around that, but I think it's more. We know that it's crime season, right? There's no other way to say it. Is it time for them to start criming some stuff up? Like at this point, the government shutdown is coming to an end. Stimmies have been announced. We know that rate cuts are coming, and we know that QT is ending at the beginning of December in a couple of weeks. So a bunch of tailwinds that we have, and I think this kind of gives room for not only broader markets to pump, but it gives room for, hey, look, time to start activate the market makers on everything. Melania, Trump, World Liberty Fi. World Liberty Fi is also partnered with Bonk as well. Bonk is the only like Trump associated token that hasn't really broken out of a downtrend. Still in a downtrend here. So I'm gonna watch. I'll be watching a few of these. So World Liberty Fi. I'm watching. Trump is already pretty high on the list. Already watching that. So I'll be kind of keeping eyes on things.
What's the play? Are people doing spot on those, or are they doing perps?
You can really play it either way. I kind of favor perps here. Not gonna lie. So look, perps, dangerous game. You want to kind of be mindful of entries, and that's why you see like I have like a lot of these like boxes and crap like on my charts and stuff, because you just have to be a little bit more technical with the entry. But I mean, outside of that, dude, I would just say hold spot, comfy in spot. But that's pretty much it for the high level charts. Oh yes. So I told you guys not too long ago that keep eyes on Fartcoin. Keep eyes on Fartcoin. It's not time yet. It's not time to like fully pay attention yet. That's what I've been saying anyway. However, I think it's about time for us to pay attention to Fartcoin here. So we're about to reclaim a nice level. Bang. That's the level to reclaim there, in my opinion. We've seen nothing but down only for Fartcoin over the last, like, really, like this year hasn't really been the greatest year for Fartcoin. Like coming into, or I should say this last quarter, coming into Q2, I mean, Q1, we smashed that trade earlier this year, but it's just been going sideways, going down only since July. But now I think it's bottom. I think it's at least trying to form a bottom here, and I'm inclined to be interested. So I'll be watching this, and this is another perps play. You guys know that we're massively bullish on pump. So I told you guys long in the green box, and here we are in profit. So another good place to take profit here. We smashed a couple of these calls last week. Not a place to get long right now though, because it's already kind of candled. So that's the thing with perps. You got to be a little bit more disciplined and more precise on entries and exits. So right now, great place to at least TP and move a trailing stop up. Outside of that, I had a take on Bitcoin that I wanted, and just markets in general, I wanted to share with you guys. Unfortunately, I wasn't on when we first started. So real quick, we're pretty much at this place with Bitcoin. I told you guys last week, I feel like the bottom is going to be 100K. Like, yeah, we wick below it, but I think we hold above 100K here to key psychological level for us. Right now, though, we're looking good off the bounce. I would have loved if we broke right through the flash crash lows here at 107. But we're kind of like slowing down here a little bit. Like, even if you go on like the lower time frames, you see that we're kind of slowing down as we get closer to these the flash crash lows. So I would love to see a clean break of this, like written, like nice strength. Like, I need a fat God candle straight through 107. Otherwise, like, I think we kind of go back down to retest this, like the support that we formed at 100K. And you know, a lot of people might not want to hear that. A lot of people are, you know, bullish. I still think markets have shifted bullish, but I think Bitcoin still, you know, I think we still got a little ways to go before it's just up only if we just stay below 107. As soon as we break through, we're good to go.
Remember, Pepe, stay spot only on Moby app. Don't be testing the perps waters. We already had that conversation last week. You know, we're gonna stay spot focused. ICM run out in San Francisco, getting some good companies to incubate. Yeah, Ave. Did anyone post like pictures of them? Can we pull up ICM?
Let me check. I'm looking to see if ICM or Mercy covered.
Come on, Mercy. You gotta post some selfies.
I think, let me see. I don't see anything from ICM.run. Let me check to see if there's anything from Mercy. I know they talked about it, like here. Incentives are misaligned for ICM Launchpad founders to go recruit BD and scout for projects to tokenize, especially for Web2 founders that perceive this no differently than a VC agent that makes money from helping companies raise. So basically a time for them to lock in. So he wants to founder.run coming soon. What's this?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
The hub for ambitious founders. Let's dig into this real quick, guys. I know I want to see what the heck. Okay. Not fully fleshed out on that side. Looks like they're in San Fran this week. Not much. I'm assuming any activity that they have though will be posted here. So, interesting. I like this. 11 of us will be going to San Fran to set up a hub next week. Soju mentioned for the next 7 days. San Fran will be their home as they try to push internet capital markets on Solana in San Francisco. So that's all I've heard as of late, but I haven't seen. But this is just the first day, right? Like, this is the first day of them being here, so they need some time to actually set up and get to work. But yeah. Outside of that, guys, some interesting
pull ICM chart up real quick before we move on from this, just while we're on it.
Let me see here. Boom. ICM. And key support here. So we've had this.
You gotta swap off Mercy's profile. Yeah.
There we go. So sitting in key support here. I mean, we've been tracking them for a while. We've had this chart drawn out for a long time as well. Might even pull that down. And yeah, I mean, we're at the lows at a pretty key level here. And I think we just have to wait to see what updates we have. But don't forget, they have OG Protocol still waiting to tokenize and launch. You know, they have Pump Fund that's still kind of waiting on the sidelines to get really deeply involved in ICM. They got Spotlight and other things coming along, but nothing that sticks yet. And I'm not sure if everyone is waiting for the market to shape up, which I think That's what I think it is. I think everyone is just waiting for markets to shape up in a way that allows them to push um, better. So we'll see. We'll see here. Outside of that, what else do we have? What else do we have? What else can we share? Let's look at DCAs. Let's see what people are DCAing here. Avicii, Meta. So a few things being DCA'd. We see some nice launches happening on Pump Fund. I wouldn't even say ICM. I would just venture to say more utility. Um, but honestly, it's been more so pretty degen as far as what's available on chain to look at. The only thing new that is, kind of slightly biddable. I don't even know if it's in a zone right now to buy though, but there's this. Maybe I'll just put this on you guys. Put this on you guys' radar, and I can chart this live with you all. So you guys remember the South Park token launch, right? This is a very similar thesis and kind of like fundamentals around the South Park token. Like it's an IRL event that it's a kind of a big event that happened, and it's attracting a ton of attention. Basically, same thing here with what's called bangers. So Twitter started a new Twitter account called Bangers, and apparently Nikita Beer, he's been active. His wallet actually bought this token and burned it. So that's why it's kind of attracting a ton of attention. This latest candle that you see is basically Twitter kind of putting the Twitter badge on the account. So a lot of people are saying, okay, there's just speculation around the token. Obviously, it's a meme. Obviously, it's degen. But that's what that's what we trade sometimes on these shows. Just like we caught, the last week in the chat, someone caught the 5x on South Park, right? Like, there's opportunities always in these markets. But Banger saved my entire bag, Pepe says. Bought at 100K thanks to Mobi app. Let's freaking go. That's what Mobi app does, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Honestly, that's the moat right now for Mobi. Discovery. I mean, their app does such a good job at helping you to discover like what's where the action is, what's happening right now. But yeah, here on Bangers, I mean, could this
and download the Mobi app, invite.mobiscreener.com-mcg. Look at the ticker at the bottom.
Yeah. So download the Mobi app, use our link for some special perks. And I mean, just looking at this chart here with Bangers, can we see something like this play out, right? We had this sort of wedge play out the first time, and now we see a wedge forming again. So kind of one of those things where you ask yourself, is this going to play out one more time for me? And who knows? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. This is coming off of a pump, but it's consolidating very well. Very similar to how like South Park token consolidated at the bottom after it lost a ton of interest. We're seeing a similar consolidation here. So something to keep your eyes on, something to put on the watch list. Nothing too crazy. Honestly, we haven't seen many launches that are actually like, super insane. There's one that I saw. Let me see what the market cap is on this. 150K. What do you think, Josh?
Go for it. I mean, disclaimer is that we don't usually do these low caps, but it is the micro cap gem show. So
nah. We won't do it. We won't do it. Basically what it is I'll just kind of explain it, but it's the first MCP server that gives AI agents access to Bitcoin via an X402 endpoint. So that's the only reason why I even like bring it up. That's the only thing that's really caught my attention as of late. I guess the dev's been deving live on Pump Fund, so he's been building this out on stream, and apparently they're about to come out with some sort of news. So definitely something to keep an eye on. I think it's interesting tech. I like anything that has like some interesting tech behind it, right? But yeah, I think they were coming out with some stuff. Other than that, like markets are just coasting right now. Again, just to run you guys through my full-on approach for this week. Watch out because we have a lot of resistance ahead of us, right? Like you see here, resistance. You see on ETH when you look at the 1 hour chart, or we can even do 4 hour. You see that there's resistance here, right? Like I know there's a few lines. I haven't cleaned up my ETH chart in a little while, but as you can see, some resistance here on ETH that so far it's respecting. Solana's looking pretty good. That's looking really strong. But when you look at Filecoin, some of these tokens that we're pumping, right, kind of went into resistance and is now pulling back. Near protocol, another that we've seen, bearish order block, rejecting off of that and respecting that so far. Aster, same thing, kind of chilling underneath this resistance. And even Fartcoin right now, it's actually looking really good, which is why I wanted to bring this to you guys' attention. It broke through that resistance so far and is holding. But that's an outlier, right? Like outside of the Trump pumps and stuff like that, like that's an outlier. But be wary a little bit this week, right? Like I don't know, markets are bullish, markets are shifting. I think on chain is the place to play. Kind of be careful with perps, but just be aware that a lot of stuff is running into resistance right now. And I'm not sure how the liquidity will flow this time around, but I think that it's pretty solid. The last thing I'll cover here today, I totally forgot to cover this. Shout out to A King's Mentality. I'll cover this for you. CPT, our recent SOAR launch. Let's take a look and see how things are developing on the chart. And I think we have a better view of this on the hourly. Let's zoom out. I think we covered this actually today. I remember looking at this chart. I think we covered it earlier today, but chart is looking very healthy, very healthy. Nice little high there, low here. And we're just kind of in no man's land right now, just kind of waiting on a direction. But we see, some higher lows, right? Low, oops. Let's do this again. So low formed here, higher low here, higher low here, right? So we're seeing some things play out here for playing out pretty well here for CPT, and kind of a breakout of the local downtrend here as well. So, some things happening for this. I mean, if you want to kind of let me see how
And I would say our average on this is probably around, most of my bids were around 10 cents on this, maybe 11, but between the 10 to 12 is kind of like our average.
Yeah, pretty much. So, I mean, honestly, looking good.
The other thing I'll say on this is that there was this other stream that was talking about this. There might be like contracts outstanding that haven't been announced yet. I don't know if that's true or not. So go do your own due diligence everywhere you can. But that was talked about publicly. I think there's a lot here around a comms plan that has been kind of planned but not shown. I know they want to show like live demos and stuff like that, but I don't know. To me, like we asked about revenues and contracts on the stream, and he alluded to some stuff but didn't say anything concretely. I wonder if that's more part of a comms plan, rollout plan than anything, right? Like it takes time to show contracts. You don't just sign big deals like.
I mean, look,
in a
if
day.
you were listening on the show, that like the tech is kind of weeks away from like, being implemented. in a meaningful way. So they mentioned that. They mentioned governments were interested. They mentioned industrial players were interested. I mean, look, when you go on their website, I think a part that we skipped earlier was they have 6 active operations. They're headquartered in the U.S. with active operations across the globe. So I think that's something that a lot of people skip over. This isn't just like purely idea phase. There's actually some traction with this already. And that for me is what kind of like got me interested. Is it's not that this is an idea that they want to push out there. This is just a business that's there that they just want to grow, scale, and continue to push. And the idea is actually garnering a lot of attention already. And it's just a matter of weeks until we hear, some really good stuff. So I'm sure he doesn't want to, publicize too much. You want to under promise and over deliver. So love that on them. But yeah.
Maybe pull up real quick. Pyro is candling right now. Pretty decent.
Let's see. Pyro.
Pyro was on the show earlier
50%.
today. Yeah.
Nice. Let's look at the 4-hour real quick. Bang. Look at that candle.
Beautiful.
Look
Wild.
at that candle.
I don't know what the news is around Pyro, but that looks
that is what you call the MCG candle.
That's an MCG candle for sure.
That's the MCG candle, my friend. But yeah, like other than that, like not much to cover. Like on chain has actually been pretty quiet, pretty slow moving for now. So
Wait, before we do KNet, also a reminder that I think Viva is going to have a bunch of catalysts coming up. So keep Viva on a watch list if you don't have Viva on a watch list. Sponsors of the show, but also the new government takes a pro crypto and pro business government has taken hold in Bolivia where these guys are operating. Can you just do the Viva chart real quick before KNet?
Yeah.
So keep an eye. Also, they got hold of the Believe, the liquidity pools from Believe, as well as the fees. So there might be stuff to do there. Of course, they've announced like all these different ad tech deals that may or may not add, billions in revenue. I think it's still yet to be seen from a token holder perspective of how those business updates impact the economics of this token. And then of course you have the adoption, right? Like if everyone in Bolivia decides to wake up and buy, $10 of this thing, well, that's a lot of buy demand, right? And it's almost like buy only demand in terms that the initial buys of Viva are coming from the market of something that's fully circulating, or at least 50% circulating. And yeah, so keep an eye. KNet. Let's do KNet.
Yeah, let's do KNet real quick. Let me see here. So I'm gonna check. See, like KNet, it's like up double. It just up double over the last 24 hours. But let's look at this on the 12-hour. That'll likely show it a lot better. Here's the thing, right? I want to see. We've seen these candles play out on KNet before, and I think for this point, it shows better on the daily. You see these candles? You see these candles? These candles here. Crap. I'm terrible at using this stupid brush. So what I'm going to do is actually use this rectangle. All right, boom. So you see the candles there, right? You see the candles there. You also see the candles here and now here. So my question is, on this KNet chart, what is different now in terms of a pump that's different than before? Because we've seen all these pumps get sold off and sold into, and it just results in a massive wick to the upside, and it just gets sold into. So is this going to be the same, or is there something different? Let's find out together, shall we? So let's go to Twitter. Let's see if there's any social buzz around after months of. Oh, look at that.
Can you pull it on stream? Yeah, good point on this, because the criticism was there was no comms around the token.
All right, boom. So let's take a look. Official tweet from KNet. King is back now. First, we'll use this thread to detail the reasons for KNet's quiet period over the past few months and why they're now extremely excited about the new features on the way. Product development is never an overnight process, let alone AI generated games. Current serious contenders include giants like Square, Ubisoft, Google, Grok, Meta, Tencent, a ton. From the beginning, well, we don't have to read that part. Let's look at their latest. Silence in activity does not equate to silence in development. The team has dedicated tenfold efforts to focus on deeper dimensions of work. Um, KingNet AI's product is ushering in a major new version iteration, while we have also provided underlying technical architecture services to our deep partners, catering to diverse application needs. Live demo will be presented primarily in Chinese for now. Okay, so they unleashed their V3. As Elon pointed out, AI models will open up new avenues for game development, with competition expected to reach its peak in about 3 years. V3 represents a comprehensive upgrade to the core product. This basically integrates AI technology into industrial production pipelines, addressing longstanding industry pain points that have relied heavily on manual or semi-automated tools. So I guess this is a breakthrough from an AI perspective, like addressing some pain points in that local industry. Outside of that, V3 introduces advancements such as a revamped operating system featuring a new UI with straightforward and intuitive interactions, expanded game architecture systems leveraging training foundations from the parent company. Let's see, numerical value generator, code generator, regularly updated training content. Okay, cross-chain migration. We've emphasized that KNet is inherently multi-chain. KNet will soon seamlessly migrate to BNB chain, incorporating practical features such as staking and burning. The cross-chain bridge has completed its internal audit. The move will bring a new wave of game creation engine tools and assets to BNB. Okay, and they're creating a launch pad. Jesus, okay, they're doing a lot here. So the platform will periodically buy and burn KNet. The product has completed testing. Official version is set to launch by the end of the month, end of November. The first batch of partnered projects has been onboarded, and we have established underlying technical collaborations with top-tier development teams to ensure the smooth rollout of KingNet Fun. Okay, and then we have a few things here as well. All right, let's. Oh my goodness, that was quite a bit. LB actually posted a little bit about this. They announced V3 stack product lineup and a BNB based launchpad. On-chain accumulation that has occurred over the past few months has been interesting. Looks like KNet team have accumulated almost 80% of the supply. Holy moly! Boom! That's what I'm looking for right there. That, my friends, is what we call justification for higher prices. All right, let's keep going. 70 wallets holding 400 million KNet tokens versus 130 wallets holding 385. KingNet has always been one of the strongest belief launches with insane partnerships with the likes of Ton and Alibaba Cloud, not to mention the parent company KingNet Network, which is valued at $7 billion. KNet competition is Ouch, which is currently trading over 100 mil, 20x gap right there. Okay, so not bad, not bad here. I actually like this. I don't know if you guys remember, but I actually talked about, I was really bullish on KNet, and I never really understood why. I never understood why I never got like the recognition that it deserved. Because KNet is just absolutely like just huge partnerships like the flywheel that it could create, you know, parent company billions in valuation. Like KNet was a really nice play for me. But bringing it all back to, is this justification for hire? Is this just another wick to the upside? What I'm seeing is, no, this isn't a wick to the, just another wick to the upside. This could lead to something much bigger. You could even look at some of these wicks as being times when maybe the team has been bidding this chart. Apparently, if they do have 80% of the supply cornered, dude, this is going to candle. Like if that is true, that they have 80% of the supply cornered, which is really easy to do when you're quiet on the timeline, have no updates to share, and your chart is bleeding out. It's very easy to accumulate your tokens, especially when they're sitting at a million valuation, because this has been like 2 mil, you know, a little bit here, a little bit there. So yeah, let's see how things
So
play
you're
out.
telling me that KNet, you know, instead of letting their chart bleed to zero and like the project being banned and all this stuff, which happens all the time, you're saying this is the one exception where the team actually has been planning out a lot of stuff but kept it super quiet so that they could just buy back a huge chunk of their own token.
Well, I'm not saying that that's the reason why they did that. I'm not saying they
Right.
stayed quiet in order
No,
to
I'm not.
accumulate.
And by the way, I'm not saying like you specifically. I'm just like in
Gotcha.
general, like saying that like this is a scenario where it isn't what people think it was.
Yeah, 100%. You know, sometimes with some of these bigger projects, they tend to, I don't know, I don't even know how to say it. Like they tend to not communicate with the community as much because of the sheer size. Not saying that's an excuse, but like we've talked about KNet on these streams, and Dom has even said stuff like, you know, they haven't communicated with the community at all. And it's like, well, if they've that's how they've been doing it, like why would that change? I understand that, but when you have fundamentals of this kind, where you're partnered with BNB Chain, you're partnered with Ton Blockchain, you're partnered with Alibaba, you have billions of dollars in backing. Your parent company is worth billions, and we now see kind of like the hype around BNB Chain as well. We see CZ coming out. I just covered some of that stuff with you guys as well. You know, like we see things happening in the you know, the Binance, on the Binance side. So I think what they're indicating is they're about to go full force now that they finished building. It's like, hey, look, we got everything in place from a development standpoint. Now we're about to be extremely vocal. And so that's why I feel like there's justification for hire, because now 80% of supply is cornered. They're about to go full force ahead, and they're going onto a chain that CZ is actively pushing and doesn't mind partnering with builders who are building something serious.
So also the timing is kind of interesting because it looks like the Believe team has handed out the keys to the liquidity pools for anything that's launched on their platform to projects that have wanted to migrate. So I'm wondering if that they were waiting for that to be completed, I guess.
And also, I'll also mention, they got shout outs from gaming on Solana, right? The gaming side of Solana. They've got shout out from Solana on the main account. They've also won a BNB hackathon, and the most important one, they are partnered with CZ's family office. Talk to me nice. You know, like I really like things, and this is stuff that we've already known. This is stuff that I've covered in content, you know, months ago. But it's only now that, you know, people are starting to kind of recognize, like, or it's only now that rather the team is starting to be more vocal and they're starting to push full force. Like, you know, I'm like, okay, this pump could actually lead to something a lot bigger. And again, Catalyst coming in 20 days. They said the BNB launchpad is at the end of the month, and we're expecting the markets to, you know, do something pretty nice over these next couple of weeks. So Definitely something to keep on your watch list. Good call out there, Ave. Appreciate you flagging that. What else? I think honestly, I think that's it. I don't really have much outside of that. Again, markets on chain has been pretty quiet. And not much here, to cover. But I love to see that for KNet, man. I love to see that. I just hope it leads to some serious, some actual price appreciation, right?
Yeah. Cool guys. Well, we'll wrap her there. Thanks for being on MCG today. Busy week. Go check the pinned. I will repin it at the top at the end of each stream so you can see who's on next.
Actually, I don't mind just real quick running through the
Go for it.
the schedule. So schedule for this week. We had Dreams, Foundry, Pyro on today. Tomorrow we have Meta Inside. We also have Cities coming on, and we've talked to Cities before, so that should be a good update for us. Wednesday we have the new Meta DAO project, Loyal, coming on, so that should be a really nice interview there. We also have Zyber coming on, the OS for ownable AI apps. So interesting conversation there. Then we have Racer.fun coming on as well. And then we have on Thursday, DLMM, a favorite of mine. Again, we had them on the show already, so it should be a nice little update to share. Friday, we have Cypher and Raider.fun on as well. So a lot of stuff here happening this week, a lot of stuff to cover. And no doubt markets will likely be, doing stuff interesting on chain. So let's see how the price action plays out with all this resistance that we talked about today. See how it plays out over the next day or two, and we'll probably get some nice cooks on chain. But for now, follow the MCG Chinese account. Follow our TikTok at Microcap Gems Daily. And then hit us up on YouTube and Spotify. Linked all in the bio. Link in the bio here with the link tree at MCG Live. And follow the hosts. Follow myself, Chill, Josh, and Dom. Follow us. We do a ton of alpha here on stream, but we do a ton of alpha on our personal content. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys. GG's. See y'all in the next one.